We're just waiting. Now we've got the thumbs up from Reg. We're good to go. Folks, good morning. Thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate you coming out to join us for the Spring Manufacturers Forum. Great to see so many folks. Quick little update before we jump into things. These events are put on for you, for the safety community, those of you who are with us online today as well as in the rooms. If there's a topic that you want to hear about, I am happy to wrestle with Doug to make sure that we are getting that topic to you, or MacMor, or whoever it is you need. If there's a challenge that you're having, a challenge that you see coming up, our next forum is going to be in September. So think about what you're seeing in your operations closer towards the end of August, start of September, and we'd love to bring in presenters who are going to be relevant for what you're doing. So feel free, drop us an email. You can get a hold of any one of the team through the emails on the website if you don't already have our contact information, as well as info@madesafe.ca at any time. So moving on to that MadeSafe update. So far this year, we have 1,300 folks trained. 125 unique employers have participated in that training. And I'm seeing about 20, 25 unique employers in the room here, and I know that we've got online about another 15 or 20. That's fantastic. But if you're connecting with your partner companies, either related or partners that work with you, ask them. We have capacity. The safer we all are, the lower the rates, the lower the injuries. It makes it better for everyone. There are in 2024, we had about 308 active companies. And so they're calling and connecting for training, they're connecting for the consulting services, they want the personal noise dosimeters, the hazardous noise assessments, fit testing, about 300 of them. But there are 1,100 paying members. So there's a company you're working with that could be engaging more fully and getting more out of the program. We did 54 in-person classes so far this year. And another 33 remotely, so that's the instructor-led webinars or the orientation program. 68 consultations, 5 new certifications, and 3 current state assessments. Is everyone familiar with the current state assessment? Well, you're stuck with me, so we're going to go through it in 60 seconds or less. Current state assessment is what happens when someone at your organization says, hey, what's this about a rebate? Or what's this about a certification? What is SafeWorks certified? What our team does is they come in and they will spend a day on site with you assessing where you are and compare that to what's required to meet the SafeWorks certification program. And then they'll tell you how to get from where you are to where you need to be to get certified. And it's a simple process, it's a smooth process. Who here in the room has had the current state assessment process in their facility? I think, Alex, you're on your 7th or 8th current state assessment. Yeah, we've got a few folks. So the folks that put up your hand, I am certain if you haven't had the current state assessment process been part of your operation yet and you're not SafeWorks certified, check in with these folks and ask them, how was the process? How hard was it? We make it as easy as it possibly can be. This will be the most fun you'll ever have at an audit, which I realize is a very low bar, but so we've got capacity for current state assessments. I would suggest that the longer you wait, the less our capacity is. So if you're thinking about certification this year, now is the second best time to get in. Best would have been January 1st, but now is the time to get in that pipeline, get working towards it, get that current state assessment done, because our team runs out of time in Q4 and then you've got to wait till 2026. So, speaking of certifications, we are seeing still consistently members that are working through the certification process treat it like it's an exam. like a driver's test or something that's going to get you into the program, and that is causing delays. The certification is a continuous improvement activity. It's a Kaizen for your safety management system. You start with identifying where you're at and making those incremental changes, and then you achieve certification with 70% overall score with a minimum of 50% in each element. And then you see those process improvements, you see those changes to your safety management system, and you can build on them incrementally while getting that rebate check. And that makes it a lot easier for your operations groups and the finance folks to get on board while you're strengthening that program every year, which you would be doing anyway. So get connected with us. We've got Gib Perkin in the back, our certification program manager. You can reach out online. You can connect with us at info@madesafe.ca. Please don't tackle any of the MadeSafe staff, but we are here and we are ready to talk to you today. If you need answers, we've got them for you. On the training side of things, we have our course list posted all the way out to December. This is not every course we're going to do, but we have somewhere in the neighborhood of over 100 courses that you could sign up for posted on the SkillsPass site right now. So you can be planning any of your classes that could be public, where you'll be participating with other companies from the manufacturing community. And this is a great idea if you're participating with committee. If you've got new folks to get trained on committee, great to have that other perspective, great to start building those networks. Safety's not a competitive advantage, it's something that, it's the rising tide that lifts all ships. So when you can start building those networks and developing those resources that you can call if you have a question, it's a great opportunity for that. We still offer public classes. We're a little short on capacity right now, so it's been sparser than some of the members would like, but we are working through it. We've got a backlog. Connect with us and we can get those reach outs done. But we have courses posted. You can be getting your people into those public classes right now, right today, and you can plan your training till the end of the year. And then finally on the consulting side, we've got the PNDs. They are back. It took a very long time for them to come back. We're working through the backlog. We've got a couple folks that are trained to bring them out and conduct the hazardous noise assessments. So if you've been waiting or you're in that queue, we are working through it. Give us a shout at info@madesafe.ca if you're wondering where you are in that list. And of course, if this is a continuous improvement activity, that's great. If it's one of our fine friends at the Workplace Safety and Health Branch that has said that you need to get this done, let us know and we'll shuffle the order a little bit. Fit testing is going strong. I'm looking for Andrea in the classroom now. She's hiding outside. Andrea's doing a great job, but she has been fit testing at 100 miles an hour for the last couple of weeks. We are also back to the schedule where we are conducting fit testing in this office every 2 weeks. You may not have 10 people for us to come out and do. You may have one person that started and needs fit testing. Every second Wednesday, we've got someone in the office with the equipment. You can just send them down here, get them done. We'll get you a good price. Same as we charge for fit testing on site. And then if there's any other questions, concerns, feel free to reach out to info@madesafe.ca and that will get you to where you need to go. So I'm finished a little bit early and I think Doug might be able to fill up a little bit of that time that I've given him. So let's jump right back into our first presentation. Dosimeter tubes. Uses and limitations and what role they should play in your safety program. They are a fantastic tool if used correctly, and they are dangerous and misleading if used incorrectly. Doug's going to tell you how to make them work as best as you can.
There we go. Great. So we're here to talk about colorimetric tubes. Goes back a long time. A lot of people started with industrial hygiene with colorimetric tubes. There you go. Who's familiar with this type of tube? Have you ever used this type of tube in the past? Maybe a third of people or so. It's a great little system. You have a little kind of hand pump here, and you break off the ends of two little tubes, and you basically pull the tube, handle a little pump, air gets drawn through, and the color changes in the tube, and it stains like a thermometer, and you get an instant reading in about a minute or 2 minutes of what the concentration is of the chemical you're looking for. So basically, it's super easy. You break open the tubes, you attach it to a little hand pump, you pull the pump little chamber back, and you wait like a minute, and it stains, kind of wicks its way across the tube, and tells you what the concentration is. They're very inexpensive, they're super easy to use, and you get results right there, right then, right now. They come with little cheat sheets. The top picture there has the tube in its normal state, and as you draw air through it, it discolors starting at one end and kind of works its way down the tube. And the tube is marked, so wherever the stain ends, that's the concentration that you have. 2 ppm, 100 ppm, whatever it works out to be. Easy, easy. Comes with a cheat sheet. Tells you the concentration. Sometimes you have to do like a couple strokes, you know, do one and then let it do its thing and then take a second stroke. But it comes with a little cheat sheet that tells you how to do it, tells you what color changes, everything. Super easy to use. So simple, even I can do it. So it comes with a pretty extensive list. A lot of chemicals on that list. I mean, there's a lot of chemicals, but there's quite an extensive list that does. And the list has gotten better over time. The science has gotten better, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't do things like dusts, doesn't do metals, doesn't do particulates. It's really doing gases and solvents and things like that. So not doing, you know, manganese or silica or that sort of stuff. That's a bit of a strike against it, but nothing's good for everything. So it's really aimed strictly at gases and vapors. A lot of people think that they're not that accurate, which really isn't fair to those tubes. They're about plus or minus 25%. Well, considering the cost and the simplicity, that's actually pretty good. The NIOSH method, the gold standard, the way you're supposed to do it, it has an error of about 10%. The pump draws air through a pump draws air through a tube. The pump has a little bit of flow error, the lab has a little bit of low error. You combine those two together, depends a little bit on the method, but roughly about 10% error. So 25% to 10% is a night and day difference. And again, you get results right then, right now, and very inexpensive. Part of the challenge is using the tube correctly, because what happens is it's handheld. So I can take a sample in the middle of the room. I can take a sample right at the mouth of a container. I can take a sample in the worker's breathing zone. And you're going to get 3 completely different numbers if you do that. But the challenge is, whatever the number is, no matter how you collect the number, it's going to be compared to the TLV. I take a sample here, well below the TLV, no problem. I take a sample right at the mouth of the container, oh my God, we're way over the TLV, everyone's going to die. You know, it's not that simple. You have to take a, you know, what are you measuring? Where did you take the sample? That has to be done. So it has to be careful when you take a sample, because if you write a number down, in everyone's mind, they will compare that number to the TLV. So middle of the room, underestimate exposure. If someone's working on something and they're getting this, and I stand over here and take a sample, I'm not really doing that person justice. If I'm leaning right over the jar and taking a sample, and the person's here, I'm overestimating exposure. But it's small and simple. You can kind of stand behind the person, kind of take a sample kind of in his breathing zone here, and get a pretty good measurement. And that one, you can compare to the TLV. Bearing in mind that which we're about to talk about, you're taking a very short sample, and most TLVs are based on 8 hours. And that is the big challenge with these little, take a pull, take a sample. It's 1 minute, 2 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. Not a good estimate of what someone does in a day. If you watch Nathan for 1 minute, is that a fair estimate of what Nathan does over the course of the day, right? He stares into space with a blank look on his face. Whatever he's doing, it's just not fair to Nathan, right? I'm going to pay for that one. So here's some data that what the concentration is over an 8-hour period. And it's up and it's down, it's all around. So it's pretty complicated. What we do when we take a long sample is we basically average all those peaks and valleys into one number for an average. If you put a pump on a person, collect a sample from the breathing zone, he wears it over 7.5 hours or so, you get the average of all those peaks and valleys, and that's what the TLV is normally intended for. When you have a very short sample, and remember we're trying to get a representative sample, and a 1 minute sample isn't really that representative. If we're taking a sample for 1 minute, 2 minutes, it's really not representative. It's very, very glimpse of what's happening during that day, and it would be easy to grossly overestimate or underestimate what's happening in that day. So here's an example that we use for noise. This is an actual noise survey that we did, and with the software, we broke out the the noise concentration for 3 5-minute periods. So the first 5-minute period averaged, I'll round out a little bit here, 82 decibels. 5 minutes later in that same spot, 86 decibels. 5 minutes later at that same spot, it's 91 decibels. These are 5-minute averages. So the point is that if you take a very short sample, you don't really know what you got. If I came in and got 82, I'm thinking, well, 82 decibels, that's not too bad. And then my boss comes, stands in the same spot with the same meter 5 minutes later and says, it's 86. Why does Doug think it's 82? I got to talk to Doug, he's not doing a great job. The union steward comes with the meter 5 minutes after that, says it's 91, and thinks someone's pulling a fast one or something. So it varies a lot. A 5-minute sample, a 2-minute sample, is just a glimpse, a peek of what you have, and it can be very, very misleading. When we do area samples, workplaces, what we do is we put a dosimeter in for 30 minutes and get a representative average over the day. And because we put multiples out at the same time, it's not a whole lot slower than doing a short sample. So you can see that the 30-minute sample gives you a lot better look than a 5-minute sample. So when sampling over the entire day, a 7-hour sample, it's going to be much, much better than a 1 or 2-minute sample. So the companies that make these tubes realize that short-term sampling isn't really the best way to get a number compared to the TLV. So they developed what they call passive samplers. It's kind of the same idea, only it's really intended to be worn over the course of the day. It's passive, you snap open one end of the tube, and the air just kind of passively diffuses in, and it also discolors or stains over time. So this way you can take a sample over 2 hours, 4 hours, the entire shift. You get completely around that 2-minute sample isn't really working for us. No pump required, super easy to use, still has some issues with cross sensitivity. So this is what they look like. You get a little clip typically that comes with them, where you can buy them separately. You snap open one end of the tube, you clip it to the worker's lapel, you release him back into the wild. He does whatever he does. At the end of the day, you sneak up behind him, you tackle him, and you take the tube back. And you can read the tube and know what his average was over the course of the day. So the list for these tubes, these passive dosimeters, isn't quite as long as the handheld grab a sample in 1 minute version. But they're still pretty good, pretty list. Toluene, xylene, styrene, NEK, and a bunch of what I would call the good ones, the chemicals we're most interested in. There are some tubes that I'm not sure I would trust. Hydrogen cyanide. This is the thing they use in the gas chamber, hydrogen cyanide. I think I'd like the NIOSH method for that one before I declare something to be safe or unsafe. The biggest problem we see with these tubes is people think they read out in ppm, and they don't. They read out in ppm hours. It even says ppm hours on the tube, but somehow mistakes are made again and again. So what you normally do is you open up the tube, attach it to the worker. At the end of the day, he might have a reading of, say, 100 ppm hours on the tube, and then you divide that by the number of hours it was open, and that's what gives you the ppm. I got called out to some place, they have carbon monoxide, 100 ppm of carbon monoxide. TLV is 25. They were, shall we say, nervous. When we got there, okay, how do you know it's 100 ppm? They have sensors on the wall and that sort of thing. And I said, I assumed that they had got that number from that mechanical hardwired sensor. No, we used a tube. Okay, and the tube said 100 ppm? Yes. So walk me through exactly how I did it. Well, we put it on the guy, we put it on the wall, and we left it there for 24 hours. And then after that, it said 100. Okay, so it's 100 divided by 24, because it was open for 24 hours, so we actually have about 5 ppm, not 100. What does your wall-mounted thing say? Oh, it says like 5, 6 in there somewhere. Oh, okay. So, and it comes with a cheat sheet, it comes with an explanation, it's marked ppm hours, but it's very common to make this mistake. So you take the reading on the tube, divide it by the number of hours it was open, and that is the ppm. The nice part about this, because it's worn, it gets around I'm in the middle of the room, I'm directly at the mouth of the jar. You're almost always getting a personal sample, a breathing zone sample. So that cuts down or almost eliminates the misinterpretation of, I get a number that is 20 times the TLV, and we all go into panic mode because it was never representative of what a worker got. So here we're getting samples that are representative of what a worker got. So that's a big step forward. The big challenge is these tubes are simple. I mean, they're great, they're easy to use, but they're simple, and therefore they're easily confused. It's kind of like a husband, right? Looks great, sounds great on paper, they get confused easily, right? They work on a very simple chemical reaction, the same way that litmus paper reacts to acid. It reacts to all acids, or a mixture of acids. And you don't know what acid it is because it just changes color in the presence of any acid. So you get a number, but you might not be sure what the number is, and you might not know that you don't know what the number is. So you might get a misleading number. For example, if you use a formaldehyde tube, it also reacts to ketones, like acetone. So if you go into a nail salon and you're concerned that it might contain some approximation containing formaldehyde, you pull out a formaldehyde tube, you take a sample, it discolors, and therefore you have formaldehyde, because it says formaldehyde right on the box. No, no. It reacts to a bunch of different things, including acetone, or nail polish remover, for example. And this happens surprisingly because people think it says formaldehyde on the box, or whatever it says, therefore it must be formaldehyde, and they don't read the cheat sheet or the instructions, etc. This happened in a nail salon in Winnipeg. They took a sample, declared that the place had formaldehyde. improvement orders and things like that. They asked us to come in and help. We started and said, well, let's start with a safety data sheet. Great. It doesn't mention formaldehyde. Oh, okay. So we took a sample, NIOSH method, which is specific formaldehyde, no formaldehyde. So we produced a report, and in the report we explained that they had used a tube that also reacts to acetone. Oh, and the safety data sheet says the product contains acetone. It even discolors in the same color as formaldehyde. Sometimes if it's a different chemical, it will discolor at least a different color. That might be a bit of a warning, but here it discolors the same color. So turns out there was never any formaldehyde in the product, never any formaldehyde exposure, because people thought whatever it says on the box is what I'm getting, and they're great and they're simple, but they can be tricked because they're simple chemical processes. The other challenge is a lot of things are mixtures. A lot of products are mixtures of different chemicals. I Googled gun wash and took the first safety data sheet, by luck, this is what it said. So there's a whole bunch of different things in here, and if I took a sample with a tube, passive or the little hand pump version, I don't know if I'm responding to the xylene, to the toluene, to the methanol, to the acetone. I don't know what I'm getting. I'm getting a number, but I don't know what it means. If I'm getting a number I don't know what it means, I don't need that number. Now, in a NIOSH method, you collect a sample on, say, like a charcoal tube. It goes to a lab. They run it through a GC, gas chromatograph. And what it does is it separates the chemicals. A gas chromatograph is basically a column, and it's kind of like an obstacle course. All three chemicals start at the same time, but some chemicals go through the process or go through the course faster than others. So even though these three chemicals start at the same time, one will come out in 3 minutes, one will come out in 7 minutes, one will come out in 10 minutes, and we know what comes out in what time frame. So we can identify, separate, and quantify multiple chemicals with a NIOSH method. So that's the advantage of NIOSH methods, because they're specific, they're accurate, there's quality control, etc. There's a lot of good things for NIOSH methods, of course. But their ability to handle complex mixtures is one of their best features. When it comes to NIOSH methods cannot compete with these tubes in either speed, get results in a minute. It's amazing. Cost, I mean, these tubes are a couple bucks or something, right? No NIOSH method in a lab is a couple bucks. Ease of use. You break off a little piece or you attach it to the guy's collar, easy to do. NIOSH methods, you have to calibrate pumps and set things up and go ship things to labs. It's a little tricky. At the same time, it's hard for the tubes to compete with NIOSH methods. The broader number of chemicals that they can sample for with NIOSH methods much larger than the number of chemicals that can be done with these tubes. It tests for gases and dusts and metals and particulates. If you have a pesticide or herbicide, there's no tube for that. Manganese from welding, there's no tube for that. Silica, etc., etc. So lots of NIOSH methods can do broad things. Accuracy, somewhat more accurate, 10 versus 25%. Not a life changer, but let's give credit where credit is due. Level of detection. NIOSH methods can typically see much lower levels because they draw larger volumes of air, and they're going to analyze with expensive equipment versus a relatively simple chemical reaction on site. Can handle mixtures of chemicals, and labs come with quality assurance programs and technical assistance if you have a question or things like that. Where the tubes, they come with a cheat sheet, and that's probably all you really need to know. But if you have a question, it's not the same as talking to the lab, getting the analyst on the phone. If you have something unusual or tricky, it can be you're kind of on your own. We did some testing at a process that produces zinc chloride, and that was a concern. And there's no method for zinc chloride specifically, but you can sample for zinc. So you get a result that comes back saying you have so much zinc in the worker's breathing zone. And if you consider that zinc all to be attached to zinc chloride, then you're overexposed and you have to put in $200,000 worth of ventilation. Great. However, the process does not produce just zinc chloride. It produces zinc chloride and zinc oxide and just some plain old zinc, or elemental zinc, if you think of it. And the proportion of those are available in the literature. So if you know that information and distribute that zinc finding accordingly and say we have so much zinc chloride, so much zinc oxide, some plain old zinc, you're not overexposed and you don't need to spend $200,000. That's the benefit of technical existence. Now, the legislation says they would want you to use NIOSH methods, as it says in the red box here, and that's perfectly reasonable. Again, NIOSH methods, gold standard basically. But it also says there's a bit of leeway if you're doing something else reasonable, and I think passive tubes fall into that category. Yeah, they're not 10%, they're 25%, but they can separate problems from non-problems. You might need to take a couple samples, might have sampled a couple different days, but these sorts of tubes have a role in any kind of program if you have maybe a simple chemical that the tubes are well suited for. The colorimetric tubes, particularly the little hand ones, are great for short exposures. And this is something that NIOSH methods struggle with. A common thing that hygienists see all the time is we got a concern about a worker saying it's irritating. So we sampled the worker, turns out the exposure was very, very low. Worker is somehow wrong. Apparently the worker wasn't irritated somehow. I don't know how that works, but anyway. So what typically happens if you look at that is something called exposure profile. He's doing something and he opens maybe like an oven door and whoosh, he gets something for the last 2 or 3 or 5 minutes. And that's where the irritation is. It's a peak level or a sudden short event. And these tubes are great for that. You can't take a 2-minute sample with NIOSH method, but these tubes, when he opens that door, you can be standing beside him, taking your sample, and measure what that peak or that excursion or that short-term exposure is. And again, easy to use, inexpensive. You can always have them in a drawer, that sort of thing. So these tubes are actually much better than NIOSH methods than for these kind of short exposures. They're great for emergencies. If you had an ammonia spill and you wanted to call someone to come down and test, the guy would say, well, great, I'll be there on Thursday. If you have an emergency, big ammonia leak or something, Thursday isn't much of a help. You could have these in a drawer or on a cupboard. You have an ammonia leak from a refrigeration process. You grab your little hand pump, a couple boxes of these tubes, you run on the shop floor, and you get data then and there, 2 minutes after the emergency starts. Fantastic. No NIOSH method can do that. Yeah, maybe you're taking an area sample, maybe there's 25% error, but you're getting data, and some data is a lot better than no data. They're best used for colorimetric tubes as single chemicals, for common chemicals. They're very cost effective, and that opens an opportunity to do better for your program. Because if they're so inexpensive, say these passive tubes you put on the worker, you could sample 2 days, 3 days, and still it's very, very inexpensive, much less than taking a regular sample with a NIOSH method. Why would we want to sample for 3 days? Why would we want to do that? Because worker exposure varies greatly from day to day. This is a graph of someone who was sampled every day for a year. Same worker doing the same job, same place, same workstation. 250 days, every day, put a pump on them, this is what you get. A lot of low numbers, but some high numbers. The day that you sample, is it a 0.6 day or is it a 6.0 day? You don't know because you have one data point. Hard to draw a graph with one data point. One thing that we suggest is if you get a result like this is how frequently you should sample. This is an attempt to try and guide people towards sampling on a regular basis and trying to encourage them that if you take one sample and get 70% of the TLV, you're not home free. It's very likely if you take one sample on a random day and get 70%, the person's exposed perhaps 10 to 20% of work days. You just didn't happen to sample on that work day. Are there any options that are better than colorimetric tubes, but not NIOSH methods? Now the tubes are fast and inexpensive. That's great, and easy to use as well. That's great. But are there other approaches that can be faster, better, and cheaper than a couple bucks? Ooh. Here's an example of someone who's spreading isocyanate onto a surface. Isocyanates cause respiratory sensitization, dermal sensitization, have an extremely low TLV. And so people are very concerned about them because they have such a low TLV. You see that 0.000 and they go, wow, that is not hard to get above 0.000 something. So you do an assessment. One thing you can do is look at the available information and what exposures are from these type of process. If you look in the literature, coating and spreading of isocyanates, people have collected the data from 18 different samples, and they average about 2% of the TLV. The worst one of those 18 samples was 8 times the TLV. So this is not a hazard, and you'll be able to determine that at zero cost without even getting up from your desk. Another option is something like the Watson Chemical Exposure Calculator. This is an algorithm that was written, and it basically takes the principle of what you're dealing with, how long you're working with something, how much ventilation, are you wearing a respirator, are you heating it, that sort of thing. You answer 6 questions, and it predicts what the exposure is within bands, so it gives you as a percentage of the TLV. It's based on hundreds and hundreds of sampling data, developed right here in Manitoba, and compared to actual sampling data that says it's much, much better than professional judgment. So basically you answer 6 questions and get a prediction of what the exposure is. And there's a one for liquids and also one for dust, which tubes don't do. So in this case, you answer questions about what's the product, how long do you use it, where's the worker nearby, is he wearing a respirator, general ventilation, and the predicted exposure is less than 1% of the TLV. So you can do exposures in your plant at your desk and separate the tigers from the kittens at zero cost. So in summary, if you have a simple product, a relatively common product, toluene, xylene, and it's just toluene and just xylene or just MEK, the tubes can be great. Particularly if you use the cost effectiveness to take more than 1 day's sampling, it can actually be better than a NIOSH method. I would rather have 5 days of tube data than 1 day of NIOSH method data. Excellent for short-term exposures and spills, particularly the short-term exposures. This kind of gets missed because people are used to putting on the pumps all day, 8-hour average. It's an 8-hour TLV, an 8-hour sample, that sort of thing. If it means more sampling data, that's a real step forward. But like anything, you have to understand the advantages and limitations. So A, you get a number that's a fair representation of what the situation is. You're getting the type of information you need to help you with your program. And you're maybe not giving yourself the wrong number that is kind of maybe going to point you in the wrong direction. Just like everything, understand the tool, use it to its full advantage, and don't screw it up.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Doug. Do we have any questions for Doug?
I did, but he answered them.
How are you getting rid of your vials or your tubes afterwards?
I think most people dispose of them as glass waste. I mean, the chemicals inside are kind of harmless chemicals. There's no corrosive or anything like that in there. The main issue is it's basically a shard or glass. So they can be disposed of like that.
Okay, the question was, just in case the microphones didn't pick it up for those online, the question was, how do you dispose of the tubes once you're done with them? Anyone else? Holler out if you've got one.
I have a question. How many people have heard of that Watson program? Oh, wow. Okay.
Can I ask one?
How good looking the guy who made it was?
Conflict of interest. All see that. How many of you have used the Watson program? Okay, significantly less. And some of you I can tell that I have bullied into using it. What's stopping you? Is it cost?
It's free.
It is made safe for the manufacturing members. We pay for licenses.
I've used it, but I'll say it's so easy, I feel like I don't trust that it's accurate.
It's so easy, how could it be accurate?
That's exactly it.
It's like, I'm so good looking, it can't be true. It's that kind of thing, yeah. Again, when we developed it, we would like go to places, collect the samples, and then predict the exposure before the lab results came back. So it was kind of like a blind study, and we're talking like hundreds and hundreds of sample data points that we compare it to, and we tweaked it and made it better over time. So it puts it in the right band like the vast majority of time. Professional judgment puts it in the right band 26% of the time. Random chance puts it in the right band about 22% of time. So professional judgment gives you that much better. Watson is in the 70% or low 70%, and some of those, you know, it was 12% and it predicted 1 to 10. So it's within a band about 96% of the time. So we use it all the time, particularly to rule things out, because most exposures are acceptable exposures. And people are chasing exposures that don't have to be sampled. So you can run it through Watson and say, hey, it's 1 to 10%, don't have to worry about it. Maybe it's 12, maybe it's 18, still don't have to worry about it. But you can sit at your desk, do an exposure scenario in, I don't know, 90 seconds or something, and have confidence, and you can cut and paste and save it and document it and that sort of thing. And it's a real great tool that we use all the time to talk people out of sampling.
And if you're still on the fence, try the tubes. Try the tubes. We've just heard about how you can conduct some of those sampling just to validate. I know Doug has done hundreds of tests validating the math. You can, you don't need to, but there are options to validate the test to gain that comfort. It's a great piece of software. Additionally, a lot of the questions that you may have surrounding the chemical and biological exposures in your facility, if you scroll just a little bit down to the topics section of the safetyandnumbers.ca site, it's got all of the questions you could possibly need to answer, organized mostly in a way that makes sense, and you can find a lot of those questions. It's like having Doug in your pocket. Far more comfortable. It's really a great tool. If you're not sure how to get logged in, you can reach out to info@mainsafe.ca or any of the MainSafe folks, or
You can just contact us. We'll be happy. If you're having trouble with it, have a question about it, you can call us at Winnipeg Air Testing. We're happy to answer your questions for free.
all right. If there's nothing else, there can be more. We've got time.
Anything, small engine repair, financial investment.
Hi, Doug. So my question is if I was building a sampling program to say how I'm going to address these issues as they come up, questions as they come up, would you say that short of consulting your SDS, Watson should probably be your first step to understand where you're at before you start sampling?
Yeah, I would start with the main processes that a company has. I mean, I know you got jars somewhere in a back shelf, but I wouldn't really worry about those. You probably have 6 to 10 main processes in your plant. And I would go through Watson for those and see where you get. And there's a good chance that none of them will be excessive, but that way you have a document and you might be surprised what you find. But once you get used to it, it takes about 90 seconds to run something through, 4 to 8 hours, the guy's not wearing a respirator, blah, 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 that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, once you know the question, 90 seconds and you get a prediction, and then you can record that, share it with the safety committee, that sort of thing, and it's a good step forward towards a program.
And you can manipulate some of the questions too, like the respirator, wearing it or not wearing it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's great for substitution as well. Substitution in general is underutilized. People, if you have a problem and say, okay, well, we're going to put the guy in a respirator, so we have the cost, inconvenience, and all, and discomfort for the next 20 years. This guy wearing a respirator. What you could do is say, well, if I got rid of the toluene and replaced it with xylene, hey, all of a sudden I don't need respirators anymore. And you can do that with Watson by saying, answer the same questions. Okay, I've got still the same workstation, it's still the same temperature, it's still the same blah, blah, blah. But in terms of the product, I'm switching out this new product and, ooh, it's worse. Not gonna use that one. Oh, hey, this is a whole lot better. But you can do that for free at your desk and maybe save yourself ventilation controls, respirator controls, all that sort of thing. Substitution is, in my mind, a fantastic tool that is grossly underused because it can make a safer and inexpensive workplace for you by just getting rid of the tigers and buying kittens instead. Even if something was $10 a drum more, but then you don't need the local exhaust, you don't need the respirator, it would be cheaper in the long run to buy a safer chemical. We're working on a program, an algorithm that helps you predict the cost of different chemical controls, saying, if I bought this and I needed that, I would spend this much a year. If I bought something a little more expensive but didn't need the respirator, I would save X thousand dollars over the next 5 years, 10 years, that sort of thing.
Great question. Anyone else?
Is there any expiration on the tubes or a timeline that affects the accuracy of them?
Question from the back room was, are there any expirations on the tubes or timeline that you should
It
use?
affects the accuracy of it, yeah.
Yeah, they have a life expectancy, but it's generally pretty good. Some are, I think, are asked to be kept cool, that sort of thing. But in general, I mean, they're, years sort of thing, right? So.
Your slide said 36 months.
$36 months it is.
That sounds like years.
Anyone else? Wonderful. All right, folks, thank you so much, Doug. All right, Reg, how are we doing for time?
We wrapped that one up about 14 minutes early.
Well, okay. Mike, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to.
Perfect. I think that's the hand gesture that I was getting from the back. That is not. Break. Okay, what we're gonna do instead of jumping right into safe work, because I know that's what most of you are here for, is the safe work update. We're going to take our first break of the day. Folks online, you're gonna get a little slide that says we'll be back shortly and some music. It hasn't glitched. We promise we'll be back. For the folks in the room, grab yourself donuts, coffee, take a bio break. There are doors leading outside over there, and washrooms are down the hall to the left here. We'll see you back in 20 minutes.
9:50.
9:50.
Made Safe delivers safety and health training designed specifically for Manitoba manufacturers. We're proud to train thousands of Manitoba workers each year for hundreds of different employers. Some of those training participants attend sessions here in our building in Winnipeg, while others receive training through live, instructor-led virtual sessions conducted over Zoom. Beyond that, we do private on-site training across the province from places like Boileau, Thompson, Steinbach, and everywhere in between. If you are a Manitoba manufacturing, mining, or agribusiness employer, we hope you reach out when you're ready to learn more.
And fantastic support for providing training, clarifying regulations and standards, to assisting the Joint Health and Safety Committee in making an informative video. They're always available for support and have a wealth of knowledge. We sometimes ask for things we struggle with that we don't really expect Made Safe to know the answer to, but we're hoping that they have an idea of directing us on how to get the answer. They always have that direction and usually know the answers.
So our journey to get the Safe Work certification has been a great experience for us as a company, because Made Safe helped us a lot in terms of training, identification of gaps in the program, and program review. So as we all know, training is a big part of the success of any program or procedure that a company wants to implement, right? So to get everyone's participation and involvement, every member of the organization needs to understand why some practices are in place, the reasoning behind it, and why they are important, their roles and responsibilities in health and safety, and what are the implications of their actions. So Made Safe made it easy for us because they have resources we can utilize as a member, and they also have a lot of experts that can guide us.
The initial plan was to actually partner with Made Safe to take advantage of their training and safety consulting services. But that changed when I...
All right, folks, welcome back in person. Welcome back to the folks joining us online. We are returning to the standard process where we invite the good folks from Safe Work to come out and give a little update on what Safe Work's doing and what Safe Work's doing within manufacturing. So I'd like to introduce, just in case you weren't at our last forum, Michael Boileau, the portfolio liaison for manufacturing. Thank you, Mike.
Nice to be back again. Nice, some familiar faces I haven't seen in a long time. So, and some that I see more frequently. So it's always a pleasure. My name is Michael Boileau. I am a portfolio leader with Safe Work Manitoba. We used to be broken up into groups before, so I would I'd be overlooking a group called the support group, which dealt with a lot of occupational hygiene, MSIs, psychological health and safety type stuff. We split up a little bit, so we're a little bit all over the place now. So all the portfolio leaders manage different people of different groups. And one of the IVSPs that I look after is manufacturing, is Made Safe. Sorry, if I move all over the place, we're good?
Cool.
We're good? I'm a little bit of a mover here, so. Happy to be here. Some agenda for today. We're going to be going over some basic injury statistics. Which one is the laser pointer?
Top, very, very top.
Stop work orders, serious incidents, certification and prevention rebates, and then initiatives that we're doing. I find this is all interesting stuff. This is all good stuff, but you might be pleasantly surprised with some of the stuff we're doing here. Safety performance. So what we're looking at here is a totality of the claims for the entire manufacturing sector. So this is levy to line and total. You can see that, I'll get my big head out of the way. We're seeing a general decrease right now, and for 2025, I mean, it's just Q1, so a lot of the data that we have, it's preliminary, so can't really draw a lot of conclusions. We are, if you want to just simply multiply this by 4, we are trending slightly up, but once again, it's too early to draw some conclusions. I feel the good people in this room and also at Made Safe will continue to try and drive that number down, but we are seeing that in general, this trend that is decreasing here for 2024. Same thing with time loss, and if we are multiplying this out by 4, we're actually getting, we are seeing a nice little decrease, but once again, the numbers are very preliminary at this stage. Overall, we are seeing, it's a bit of a slight plateau, but we are seeing a decrease over time. It's before this is the COVID years, so we kind of left that out, which would show a real massive decrease. So this is a little bit more representative of what the industry is seeing in general. More of a plateau. We're getting back to pre-COVID times and what the rates and all that look like, and the time loss claims. Severe injuries. So severe injuries. Severe injury is categorized or classified as a worker that's been off for 60 or more days, or something that's been identified as a serious incident of the Workplace Safety and Health Act, or the Bulletin 119, where required a worker to miss 10 or more days of work, and of course fatality. So these are great. We're seeing this trend down. This is very, very positive, and also a reflection of all the work that you're doing. So fantastic. This is a kind of a safety performance. This is an injury rate. What this is a number that's basically, it's a normalized value over a period of for 100 full-time equivalent workers. So it's the amount of incidents or injuries over normalized for 100 full-time employers, full-time equivalent workers. So we're seeing a general decrease over time. We don't have anything for 2025 yet, or 2024 I should say, because that data is available in July, so that comes out then. But we're seeing a bit of a plateau, and that's normal, but in general there is a nice little decrease over time that we're seeing. You're seeing very similar here for the injury, the time loss injury rate. Same idea, it's full-time equivalent, 100 full-time equivalent workers normalized for the time loss injuries for the slide that we saw previously. And you're seeing that a bit of a plateau, but in general it's nice to see that decrease over December to April. And we'll have that new data out in July. So I believe the next forum is in September. So we should have that data then. Any questions about any of this stuff? Numbers, pretty straightforward.
Is this manufacturing or all?
All manufacturing, yeah. Stop work orders. Many people have a visit from Workplace Safety and Health. Yeah, a couple nods, some smiles, good times, happy times. Full disclosure, I used to be one of those officers. I was an officer for a number of different years, and I did occupational hygiene orders. So what we see here is a lot of the top orders for 2025. It's early, but you'll see that the one thing that you might notice here, the takeaway here, is that we'll see roughly 30 orders, 34, a little bit less here. We're already at 15 orders, and we're in Q1. So we're seeing an increase. By the smiles and some of the giggles, I suspect that many of you have been a part of this. I don't have like specific details about what those orders are, but in general, they kind of get classified into these various buckets. Are you guys seeing anything different where you're from? A lot of machine guarding, that type of stuff? Yeah? Electrical safety, officers show up at the panels and start poking buttons and looking at different things. Yeah. That's in general, that's what we're seeing. So a lot of the consistent trends. Serious incidents, top 3 classifications. Anyone notice some similarities across the board here? Ag equipment? Yeah. Sitting across the board. Anyone from ag equipment here? Excellent. Meat packing? See meat packing? Any meat packing here too? No meat packing? A lot of MSIs and stuff like that come out of here, right? Are we seeing a lot of MSI and MSI related issues? Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Any questions about this? Moving on. Here's a brief overview of the certification prevention rebates. So this is basically April, so we're really early here, but certified employers, we're looking at 72. Apply for certification, 80. And total rebates, so this is 2025 only, we're looking at just under 80. So being a member pays. Initiatives is where I get really excited about this stuff. So MSIs, we're doing an MSI initiative. We've been doing it for a little while now. And what's interesting about the MSIs and why I love talking about it to this group of people is that we're not just simply focusing on basic training. We don't walk in and do a blanket training for manual materials handling or something like that. This is focused, and this is focused based on lean practices. So what we've done and what we're looking to expand and do across potentially all sectors is that we will go to a given place. Well, we've done this already. We're in month 16 of a pilot project so far. And we'll collect data. So we'll collect very specific data for that particular workplace. We want to know all your incidents and all your claims relating to MSIs. And when we get that, we start looking at bucketing these different types of MSIs, right? Is it manual materials handling? Is it repetitive motion? What is it? So we put these things into buckets so that we can understand a little bit what type of MSIs your company is undergoing. And we also might start looking at things like a heat map. Where are these things occurring, right? We're getting into some pretty in-detailed approach, and that's all before we say that you even have an issue or a problem, right? The lean approach is to not come to a problem, not come to a solution right away. We want to try and understand the problem very well, because we don't want to just blanket a training protocol or blanket some other sort of band-aid without really understanding the problem. So we've done this. We've done how should I put this? We've been in healthcare so far, and we have proposed a hypothesis, if you will, for doing a certain type of activity. We've blocked off out of the entire pie of MSIs. We want to focus and be laser pointed on one particular type of MSI. So we proposed a hypothesis of how to solve that particular MSI, and we're working on it on a pilot project, and we've been going through it. Like I said, we're about roughly month 15, 16 of the pilot project, and we've had a reduction of 100%. We've had 0 incidents in that particular unit for that particular MSI. Statistically speaking, we should have had something. And if you have any, does anyone have any background in healthcare at all? Ish, yeah. If you have a background or know much about the sector, MSIs they're very prevalent, and it's very hard to get rid of those MSIs. There's a very strong push for patients first, and then sometimes the employees get lost in the shuffle. When things are bleeding or whatever, you are going to help right away, right? But then, can we do both? Can we ensure that the patient is getting the optimal safety and the optimal care that they deserve while still being safe in doing that task? So we're chipping away at it. I think we have a good progress. We have potentially a partner in manufacturing that hopefully within 6 months we'll be able to report some good numbers in manufacturing taking this approach. We're very excited about it. We're doing great things. And that's very much all because of the IVSPs, because of MaidSafe, and your willingness to work with us and MaidSafe. Psychological health and safety, PHS. PHS is a big focus for us. You've probably heard it come up many times. We're looking to expand our PHS capabilities. Right now we're focusing on developing some courses for particular different IVSPs and whatnot to offer a training module for this sort of stuff, but we're definitely looking to expand on that in the near future. We have some legislation changes that have come up with this. So looking through future, stay tuned. We should have a nice little update in September. Noise monitoring, this is something that MaidSafe does well. We are also assisting IVSPs with this. So that's something else that we're looking at doing. And occupational hygiene. We had a big project that was on the go. That has been postponed for right now, but another exciting stuff. You may or may not know, for the OH people in the room, there was a very large grant that got accepted from the University of Manitoba and University of British Columbia. They are looking to make Winnipeg the hub for air quality testing and just air testing in general. Doing a lot of interesting science around this. Very exciting times for OH and OH-related studies. Some basic facts. Manufacturing, one of the highest injury rates, but as you see, we're still driving that down, so that's always good. It's always very important, right? Manufacturing fuels Manitoba economy. It also tops charts time loss injuries. Common injuries include cuts, crushes, burns, repetitive strain. See a lot of this sort of MSIs are popping up in a lot of things there too. And also, I believe there is a talk later on with VR, right? Nope. Okay. I know we had the previous manufacturing forum, we had a VR demonstration. It's really important and exciting to see this type of stuff. How training is starting to go beyond just a typical male training where you're sitting in a classroom and all that sort of stuff. So we're looking to go beyond that sort of a model and break into new different forms, including take advantage of technology such as VR. And with that, I believe I'm done. Questions?
On your MSI, you were saying you had the criteria you're looking at. Are you also looking at the age categories of individuals in the workplace? Because we have an aging workforce that's driving a lot of our MSIs.
Yes. The challenge is the data that we can collect. That's the challenge. Let's say you're a corporation and you're willing to just give it to us. There's challenges of what we can and can't take. For instance, like we don't take names.
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot of identifiers that we don't want to take. Even holding the data sometimes is problematic for us, whether you want to give it or not. we have tried to work with this in the past, and it's still a possibility of putting age bands, so there's no real identifiers, but you're right, like, the scientist in me wants to collect everything, because what happens if our solution is wrong, or what happens if it's right, but it's right for the wrong reasons that we think it's right, right? So the more we have for information, the more that we can help, and it's not just necessarily you, but also the companies that are similar to you. You get the customized, all the work, you get the customized stuff, but we can dribble that out through Made Safe for other companies within that same industry.
Are you also looking for more candidates to look at?
Yeah, we are.
We're willing to put our company forward.
Fantastic, fantastic. There are some criteria, but this is great. Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you sign up?
How do you sign up? Through this gentleman right here.
Absolutely. I'll be looking forward to.
Yeah, this would be a Made Safe initiative. This is we are simply assisting Nathan and Made Safe.
I can work with Nathan.
Yeah, good. Fantastic. Fantastic.
And I have a question for Made Safe. I know you guys used to offer an ergonomics course, and you don't anymore. Is that something that you guys are going to be rolling out in the near future again?
I'm going to stand a little closer to the mic. I bet you Jake got picked up there. We used to offer an ergonomics course, and the course could not decide what it wanted to be. Whether it was training someone to manage an MSI program, conduct MSIs, or be aware when their wrist was hurting that it might be something different. We have whittled that down, and I think we've run 5 or 6 sessions into an hour-long MSI course for frontline workers. So we've got that. We can come out and deliver it to you now. If you want to take it as our standard train the trainer, absolutely, we're happy to make that work as well. So yes, MSI prevention. It's not yet posted for Skill Pass. So in this case, reach out to either info@madesafe.ca or Don Oldcorn. And if you've done training with us in the last year, you've probably already got Don's email, but if not, don.oldcorn@madesafe.ca. And that will connect you with the person who will schedule those sessions with you. Don, I bet we're going to need 1 or 2 other people to get trained to deliver that one.
I think we will.
Help me make more work for Don.
I think I've been doing my share.
Any other questions for Michael?
Okay, are there any legislation changes expected this year or next?
Special.
The legislation changes.
Yeah, sorry, took my mic off a little earlier. Stay tuned. I'm not sure what's in the pipeline. There are some general ones concerning asbestos that have been proposed, and I believe have been pushed through. Mostly around training. So asbestos-related training. There was no real standard before, and we're looking to have that standard now. So that's an important one. Same thing with psychological health and safety legislation. You'll be seeing that coming down the pipeline very soon.
So I know right now Manitoba Heavy Construction Association, the Work Safely program, has a sort of a brief posted on their website talking about what changes are there. I think we should probably just steal that whole hog and also post that on our website so that you folks have that. We'll also make sure that that goes out in our next e-blast. Don, do we know when the next e-blast is? That's the
Richard
road.
might be clear. Richard might be sending one today, I'm not sure.
Okay, well, that probably won't go in today's, but for certain, we will have something in the late May, early June.
And I can get back to you with like specifics. So sometimes I'm involved with stuff a little early on, and the threshold of what I can say and can't say, I'm lost in a bit of a quagmire. Yeah, but or better yet, I might just pass it along to Nathan, and then he can post it. Either way, get in contact to me through Nathan or whatever that looks like. We'll get you the information you need.
Yep.
Anyone else? Taking off the mic time?
Fantastic. Thanks, Michael. The overhead lifting products focusing on stakeholders in the manufacturing, utility, and the construction industries. She has safety experience in complying with IS Networld safety standards, and I see Jill go down a couple of spines here. If you need support with that, Donna can help you out. And obtaining and maintaining both the ISO and core standards. So without further ado, Donna Maxwell.
All right, good morning. Thank you first of all to Made Safe for the invitation, and welcome to all of you. Just to build on a little bit more of my background, I've been in the rigging world for about 30 years, and I'm still learning. There's a tremendous amount of information to learn. I have been asked to come out here and kind of go through some of the inspection protocols that are done. Inspections are probably the most overlooked part of any of your workers' area. And it's not that they don't know what they're doing, they don't know what they're looking for. And unless we educate them and say, it's very black and white, you use this, you don't use this, we're gonna have some catastrophic failures out in the field. So I put together a little bit of a PowerPoint presentation. Hopefully it's not going to go too long for you guys. Just to go through some of the inspection criteria on your slings, your hardware, things like that. Okay? Oops, why didn't that one play?
It'll go.
It'll go?
It should, yeah. There you go.
There we go. Okay, so this is a polyester round sling. It has a vertical capacity of 6,000 pounds. Hear that crackling? I know it's a little quiet, but there's some crackling. So that broke at 43,280 pounds. That crackling sound is a sound you never want to hear on the job site. That means your sling is going to break. So some of the visual criteria that you're going to look for inspections on any type of round sling. Make sure that you can read the manufacturer's name. You need to be able to read the manufacturer's code or the stock number. That's important for a couple of reasons. First reason, it's much easier for your purchasing department to order the exact product that you're using. Second of all, it tells you everything about that product, whether it's through Google or through the supplier itself. Tremendous amount of information. You have to be able to read all three hitch configurations, vertical, choke, and basket, very clearly, no guesswork. You also have to be able to read the core material, and that is according to ASME standards, which is the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. And you have to be able to know if that sling has more than one leg on the assembly. If you look at a tag and you see that the tag says, I'm a 2-leg purple sling, and you look at the assembly and you only see one purple sling coming off that sling, you can't use it. So it's important information for your end user, for your workers to know that type of information. You're looking for any type of evidence of heat damage, weld splatters, any slings tied in knots. I don't think anybody gets to use the slings that are tied in knots. I think through education, a lot of companies already know not to use it. But here's the reason why. This sling shouldn't break before it hits 30,000 pounds. So the actual break was at 20,100 pounds. We're almost 10,000 pounds under the 5-to-1 design factor. If your workers don't know not to tie a sling in a knot, you're going to end up with workplace safety knocking at your door for sure. Look for any type of acid, caustic attack, any type of melting, core yarns being exposed, any holes, things like that. These are all inspection criteria for any type of polyester round sling. Web slings really aren't much different when it comes to the inspection criteria. These particular types of slings work like an elastic band. So they pull, and then they spring out. Again, you hear that crackling sound. So the actual break of that sling was 18,240. The minimum requirement was 16,000 pounds, so it exceeded the minimum requirements. That crackling sound still comes into effect if you're overloading that sling. They are available in a couple of different styles. They come in a type 3, a flat eye, and then type 4 being a twist eye. And there's no difference in performance. It really comes down to the application. Perhaps your worker chooses one over the other. Make sure any of your surfaces are cleanly finished. You don't need your sling getting cut by any cracks or anything that are on your hardware. Stitching's the only acceptable method. Don't get creative and really have to get that job done. Same as your round slings, on your tag, make sure that you can read your manufacturer's name, trademark, the code or the stock number, and you know why that's important. The rated load and the hitches, so vertical, choke, and basket, must be clearly present. And again, the number of legs, if there's more than one on the assembly. Don't use any type of synthetic slings exceeding 180 Fahrenheit. You wouldn't use a synthetic type of sling if you happen to be working in Selkirk at the steel mill. Obviously, that's going to melt. If you have any fittings on the end, make sure they can take the environment in what they're working in. Any welding, caustic, put up your screens if there is welding. So I often get asked, when I go out and do rigging training, I often get asked, because I deal with typically construction, I work outside. Yeah, you do. So there is a company in Canada that did some testing. They are in Alberta. And what they did, they took a web sling, one of those flat yellow ones, and they soaked it in water for 60 minutes. They left it outside for 4 days in minus 33 degrees Celsius, and they froze that sling to see if there would be any effect on that sling. Oh, back up, sorry. Can you hit play on that one? For some reason it doesn't, this one never wants to play. I don't know why. Thank you. So minimum break is 31,000 pounds. If you saw at the beginning of the video, it stated 32,590 pounds. So we know that on this particular test, there is no effect when a sling is wet and frozen. So any of the excuses that your workers say, I can't use my slings, doesn't fly. You have proof. So the same criteria is going to happen. It's going to crack, you'll hear that crackling sound. Again, this particular test, I don't know if it was a brand new sling pulled off the shelf and tested. I don't know if it was a sling that was used out in the field for 2 months and then tested. I have no way of knowing that. That was not part of the explanation. that crackling already, right? So 32,590, and the minimum break on that was 31,000. So it did exceed by about 1,200 pounds or so. Look for any type of acid, caustic attack, any melting, charring, any holes that are in any of your slings. They need to be removed from service. Any type of tears or frays. Now I get asked, is there a tolerance to use a cut sling? Well, I can tell you this video is going to answer that question. So the same company in Alberta took a 2-ply web sling. They cut it 1/4 inch in the body of the sling, and then they tested it. They broke it to see the effects. Chart to see what it actually broke at? Yeah, 24,000 pound. Anybody remember what that minimum break was? 31,000. So you're almost about 9,000 pounds under that break. Any slings like that, little cut, remove them. It's not worth trying to get the lift done. Continuing with the inspection criteria, look for any type of snags, abrasive wear. If you're seeing this on any of the job sites that you're on, your workers are not protecting the slings. They're not using some sort of wear pad or softener to break up that barrier between the sling and the object they're lifting. Look for any type of broken stitching. So over time, these types of slings will become discolored. The bright yellow is going to fade to a very soft yellow, maybe even a whitish. And when you actually go to bend them, they'll be very crisp and crunchy. That is ultraviolet damage. They need to be removed from service. I don't have any proof to tell you what it reduces. I just know it reduces. And again, I like to tell the students that I teach, when in doubt, throw it out. If you have to ask a co-worker, think I should be using this? You've answered your own question. Just get rid of it. Any questions on synthetic slings at all?
Yes, you mentioned, talked about the 1/4 inch cut. Now, when I was trained, is if the outer nylon part is just the sling covering, it can have some, well, let's say a cut across as long as it's not through that. If you cannot see the inner sling, you can still use it. Does that still apply?
Are you talking about
the 1/4 inch cut thing?
Are you talking about a polyester round sling, or are you referring to a flat yellow web sling?
To the flat.
The flat one?
Round, if I see any cut in there, it's gone.
No good. No good. Remove the, I think I can use it. Just get rid of it. They're so inexpensive, just replace them.
We were taught if you can't see the inner sling, it's good to go.
Yeah. Did you, someone else? Yes, sir.
Well, some of the web slings we use have those red fibers inside, and that's supposed to be the telltale sign when it's cut too much or...
Do you want me to be
That's the way I was taught anyways.
I'll be completely honest. That was a gimmick.
It was, eh?
Yeah. That was a gimmick.
That's not a true statement.
It's not true.
Okay,
No.
good to know.
Yeah. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but yeah. Any other questions? Okay. I'm going to go through some wire rope. Not everybody uses wire rope, so if this doesn't pertain to you, bear with me.
6,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, 13,000, 14,000, 15,000, 700, 900, 1,000,
14,000 pounds. It actually broke at 15,650. It met that 5-to-1 design factor. With synthetic slings as well as wire rope slings, there's a built-in 5-to-1 design factor. So what that means is if your sling is rated for 1,000 pounds, it shouldn't break until it reaches 5,000 pounds or more. As a consumer, you don't care about that. That's there to keep your workers' safety. If they accidentally overloads that sling, they're going to be fine. Sound good? So if you have a situation that you need to fabricate an eye on a wire rope sling, don't do it. You have to have it pressed by a sling manufacturer. So don't use wire rope clips if you're planning on making any type of temporary sling. Rotation resistant wire rope, that's the rope that's used on cranes. And the reason it's used on cranes is your inside strands are fabricated in one direction and your outside strands are fabricated in the opposite direction so you don't get this load spin on your job site. Your slings can be manufactured 2 ways. If you had to create a temporary eye, the best way to do it is just take that wire rope, bend it back, and then have your supplier press on a couple of sleeves. It's a very quick, inexpensive way. This is typically the type of eye on a wire rope sling. It's called a Flemish eye, and it's actually woven back into itself. It's untied, and then it's relaced in. On your wire rope sling tags, make sure you can read the manufacturer's name, the rated load, the hitch types, vertical choke, and basket, the size of the wire rope, and of course the number of legs if there's more than one. The inspection criteria through pretty much every type of sling and hardware is the same. Inspection for all your rigging gear at minimum must be done every 12 months. If you choose to have your slings and hardware inspected more frequently, that's based on how often you use your products. If you use a chain sling once a year, you're probably not going to have it inspected quarterly. If you happen to use a chain sling every day, 24 hours, 7 days a week, because you're running 3 shifts, you might want to get them inspected perhaps quarterly. So it'll really be dependent on usage. And of course, written records. Inspections are done annually at minimum by an outside source, someone who does not work for your company. Look for any type of broken wires. Visually, you can see them. Look for any abrasion, scraping, any type of kinking. That's excessive kinking. If you happen to see what's called bird caging and a popped core, that means that wire rope has been used as a bungee cord. It's been shock or dynamic loaded. Look for any type of corrosion, especially working outside in our winters and then in our hot summers, a lot of moisture. Look for any type of electrical heat damage. The thimble or the cable saver at the end and that sleeve becomes part of the assembly, so make sure you are looking for any type of cracks, nicks, gouges, elongation, deformation. Yes, sir?
How many broken wires are you allowed?
I knew someone was going to ask that.
Because I've heard differing versions of this. I've heard that 6 broken wires in lay length random, or 3 in any one.
It's 1 in 5 cable lay. 1 broken wire for 5 lay. I don't teach that. I think people don't understand the 1 in 5 cable lay. They're like, oh, okay, well, she said I could use it. Well, are you counting the cable lay the right way? I just simply say, replace the sling. If you see a broken wire, it's not worth it. Get it tested. Send it to a sling manufacturer. Test it. Make sure it's good. For what it costs, it's absolutely worth it. Yeah.
If that's 6 in a lay length and all that, that's for the wire rope on the crane. That's not for the sling.
Right. Correct. Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions when it comes to wire rope? Okay. Chains. I hear horror stories about chain. And I'm sure people in this room have seen and written reports about chain slings breaking. So what makes them unique? There's no warning. You don't know it's going to break. And that's the scary part. It absolutely belongs in the rigging world, 100% it does. Understanding how chain works under tension is pretty crucial. You don't hear anybody calling out any numbers in this video, 5,000, 6,000. They're probably ducking for cover at about this point. You'll see the camera starting to shake anytime now. They know the end result of what's going to happen. It did me break 60,120 pounds. Notice when it breaks, that recoil, when that chain breaks, you've heard the stories of, oh yeah, the chain went through my windshield. That's why. Again, it does belong in the rigging world. So chains have a 4-to-1 design factor instead of the 5-to-1. I can tell you that our company, we rate it at 5-to-1 so that your workers have that lower working load limit, keeps them a lot safer. So it can be either 4 or 5. We use only grade 80 or grade 100 overhead lifting chain. The fittings that belong on the chain are part of the assembly. Your attachments need to be, your coupling needs to be moved. Make sure it is not seized up in any way. Engineered components can only be used. Your workers or yourself, if you get creative and you weld something in your garage, you cannot bring it on the job site. It does need to be certified with that stamp drawing. Examples of making things in your garage, you wouldn't bring that obviously to work. Every chain sling is going to have a permanently affixed tag. On that tag, you must be able to read a lot more information than the synthetics. You have to be able to read the chain size, the chain grade, the rated loads, the angles in which you're lifting, your reach. The reach is pole to pole, so bearing point to bearing point is the measurement. Your manufacturer's name or trademark, the number of legs, and every chain sling is going to have an individual serial number. That's for traceability. In the event there's a failure, your supplier can go back into their records and find out the barrel of chain that the chain came from, the hook lot numbers, all that works together for you. On your chain tag, you may see some letters. The S stands for single, one piece of chain. The second letter will represent one component on one end, and your last letter will represent the other component on the other end. So if we take the third one in, we see SOG, single piece of chain, oblong master ring, grab hook. So that kind of breaks down what those letters mean for you. If you had a 2-leg, it's going to start with a D, 3-leg is going to start with a T, and a 4-leg is going to start with a Q for quad. Written records, again, we discussed that should be done at minimum every 12 months. For your workers, you come out to the job site and they're inspecting the chain. They're really not sure what they're inspecting. Take a tape measure, lay out the chain sling they're going to use, and physically measure that length. And then look at the tag. And if it's the same, wonderful. If it's not the same, something's wrong. Perhaps it's maybe stretched. Maybe the links are twisted and they need to be straightened out. Now watch in slow motion. I think this is probably one of the coolest videos that I ever found. Again, you can see that recoil. You can completely understand you might even run into some sort of grass fire because of the sparks. Look for any bent or twisted links. If you find any of those, your staff is not using any type of round corner protector to avoid that chain from being pressurized. Unbind those links. Never have a chain sling used when it's twisted and then lifted. You want to make sure those links are nice and straight. Look for any cracks, nicks, gouges, elongation, any type of deformation. Look for any type of excessive wear. Look for corrosion, burn links, especially if welding's going on. Your sub-assemblies, if you have a 3 or 4 leg chain assembly, they're going to have those extra rings on the bottom. Check for any elongation, any deformation. Those are tire chain components. Please don't have anybody use any of those components on the job site unless you're putting them on a tractor for grip on your tire chains. Repairs are only done by a qualified person, you know that. Chain questions?
I have one that relates to pull testing, when getting the annual inspection done. Is that something that you have that's portable that you can bring to our shop? Because
no.
So we'd have to send our 100 chains to you?
Ideally, that'd be great. Yeah, we don't have a portable test site. We do have, in Winnipeg, we do have a test bed that we can provide testing. There's a couple of other companies as well in the city that do have them. Okay. Any type of shackles, these are the most 2 commonly types of shackles, your bolt type and the cotter pin. Or sorry, the bolt type and the screw pin. All the information that you'll read in rigging books and on charts are all based on the bow diameter, not the pin diameter. Your pin diameter is going to be 1 size larger. So if you are inspecting your shackle and on that shackle you run into all the criteria being the manufacturer's name, the working load limit, and the size, and you see 3/4 inch, that bow material is going to be 3/4 inch. Any shackles not properly marked need to be removed from service. The best way, the recommended way to connect 2 shackles together is bow to bow or bow to pin. You never want to connect pin to pin, so heads up on that. $35-ton shackle broke at 560,000 pounds. Shackle, that particular shackle has a 4-to-1 design factor. So 35,000 times the 70,000 pounds, which is the tonnage, should have broke at 280,000 pounds. It doubled that at 560. And it's just the brand of shackle that one happens to be. It's a shackle made in Germany called Van Beest. Look for any signs of deformation. Make sure you have the proper pins that are to be in your shackle. Make sure the mouth opening is nice and straight. It's not elongated. Don't MacGyver anything. Watch for any type of welding going on. Replace the bolts with the actual bolts that they belong to. But I gotta tell you, this one's genius, this bottom one. I think what they were intending on doing was to either have that shackle recessed in something or have it swivel, one or the other. Yeah, don't do that. Look for signs of openings, straightness, excessive wear. You have the correct pins. Any questions on shackles?
I do have a comment. One thing that I run into at work that is common practice with some of the guys is those screw-type shackles. They'll snug them up and then back it off a quarter turn saying it gets too tight and once it's downlift. Don't let them do that because that promotes the bending of the shackle itself.
Absolutely correct. Hand tight only. There's a little hole in the side of the pin and it's also flat. You can use a crescent wrench, you can use any type of little screwdriver if it's a small enough one. And you should be able to disassemble it after that first initial loosen, for sure, absolutely. Any type of eye bolts are not real common. Oops, I'm just going to back up, I kind of hit that. Most common are the machine eye bolts. Look for any elongation, any bent of the threads, any wear underneath the shackle or the shoulder part. Don't use a non-shouldered eye bolt if you intend on side loading or angular lifting. Make sure the shank is nice and clean. There's no cracks, elongation. If you don't use eye bolts, or you do use eye bolts and you often think, oh, we really don't like these. This is the best tool for angular lifting. It's called a swivel hoist ring. And the reason it's the best tool for angular lifting is because regardless of the angle in which you're lifting at, it'll pivot 180 degrees and it'll rotate 360. And there's no working load limit reduction, so you don't have to think about, is that 70% or is that 50%? So it's already done for you. All that information, of course, is based on full thread engagement and the proper torque. There's a nut on the top of the swivel hoist ring. It has to be torqued. Look for the bail moves 360, pivots 180, the shank is nice and clean. All the, no excessive wear, sorry, and the thread is nice and clean. Very repetitious when it comes to any of your inspections. Your rigging hooks, if there is a hole for a latch kit, you must have a latch kit on it. They're very inexpensive. Have your staff keep 2 or 3 of them in your toolbox and they'll be good to go. They can replace those latch kits on their own. You have to be able to read the manufacturer's name. Make sure there's no side loading going on your hooks. Pull that one out of service. The tolerance for any type of wearable through the metal components is 5% of the original size or 1/4 inch. So that's the guideline. Anything that exceeds that needs to be removed. Look for cracks, nicks, gouges, elongation on your self-locking hook. The bottom of the hook should touch that latch kit. Trigger, that little thumb trigger kit, those can be replaced, so don't throw the hooks out. Look for elongation anywhere, twisting, the throat opening. You have the proper latch kit on it. Not everybody uses turnbuckles, but I threw it in here just because the ones that do, of course, use it. Nothing unique about the inspection process. They are available in different styles, jaw and jaw, jaw and eye, hook and eye, and hook and hook. You just have to be careful with the hook and hook that it's reduced substantially. I think it's 50% off the top of my head where it can stretch open, and of course then you have catastrophic failure. Like every other piece of rigging, turnbuckles are marked to have the manufacturer's name, the rated load. You can lock off your turnbuckles so they don't spin out. Look for straightness, that the nuts are the right size that belong on the turnbuckle. Wire rope clips. Available in 2 styles. We have the U-clamp and then the fist grip. Fist grip is typically used on elevator applications because it'll actually lock that wire rope in. Check for corrosion. Make sure you have the proper components. Make sure the nuts are the proper size that belong on that U-clamp. Never saddle a dead horse. Anybody know what it means? I'm sure some of you have heard that term.
I heard it in terms of electricity, but never in rigging.
Okay. Never saddle a dead horse. That means that the saddle part, not the U shape, but the bottom saddle part, does not go on the short end or the dead end of the wire rope. You'd be saddling a dead horse. You want them all in the right direction. There are charts available that will tell you how many clips to use, the torque for each of the nuts, and the turn back on the wire rope. You never want to stagger wire rope clips. They all need to go in one direction. There's the example of saddling a dead horse. So you don't want to be saddling them. Any of your links, rings, swivels, all need to be inspected as well. Same criteria applies. Make sure you can read the manufacturer's name, the rated load, and the sizes for identification. Any questions? No? Then I'm done. Thank you so much for the invite. Thank you for your time.
So folks, for those of you who aren't paying attention to the schedule for the day, Donna is clearly a professional presenter because on the agenda it says 10:50 her presentation should be done, and we're at 10:50. Thank you so much, Donna. That was awesome. If there are questions, you can reach out to Donna. She'll be around for a little bit. You can get a hold of her on LinkedIn. You can call MacMor's Winnipeg location. The first time someone handed me a stack of binders and said, hey, here's the rigging. No, those are binders. You can't fool me. I've only been in safety for like a couple of years, but I got it. Well, there's an inspection program that's required. And without the MacMor team, Donna and Dominic, I would have been completely lost instead of just mostly lost. And the mostly lost part, MacMor looked after for me. So I would recommend reaching out and connecting with them if you've got questions. Which brings us to the next break, I believe. It doesn't say break on my agenda, so I'm completely lost. But we are at the next break. We are going to get started at 10 after 11. So folks online, again, we're going to have that holding screen for you. It's like the old music. We haven't gone anywhere. We promise we'll be back. Thank you, folks. We'll see you shortly. Folks, we're going to get started right away. Get you to find a seat. Perfect. Reg has the stream. Relax. Wonderful. Okay, so our final presentation of the morning, non-entry rescue planning for confined space rescue. A lot of great questions surrounding this have come in the last 6 months. And we've been trying to get Kent for a little bit. Appreciate you making time in your schedule today, because if you guys have questions that we haven't been able to answer, then we're phoning Kent. No pressure. A little bit of pressure is fine. Absolutely. So folks from MSA, Kent Cross.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time. Little weird for me today. I just got hearing aids last week, so it's something new for me. So I'm just kind of working through that. So I'm getting a little bit of feedback. So, but today we're going to talk a little bit about confined space. But first of all, we're going to go into who am I. Don't hold that against me. I'm from Edmonton. I grew up in Edmonton. I do love the Jets. I do have Jets season tickets too, so don't hold that against me. So I look after Manitoba, Southern Saskatchewan, a little bit of Nunavut, a little bit of Northwest Ontario. I do both industrial and fire service for MSA. So I'm one of the unicorns that work at MSA. I've been with MSA 13 years, and I've been in the safety industrial market. You notice how I only put 25 plus on there. I'm not actually telling you how long I've been in the industry because I don't want to date myself. I feel like I'm 19. I'm a hockey dad. My son was just signed with Niverville Nighthawks of the MJHL. And my other son, who was a budding mechanic, is now working at Penske as a heavy-duty apprentice. So I'm a proud dad. So we're going to get into what is a confined space. I'm sure everybody has a confined space or two at their facility. Just means enclosed or partially enclosed space not meant for human occupancy. Restricted means of access, coming in, coming out of your confined space. Can these spaces be hazardous? 100%. Why are they going to be hazardous? The design, the construction, the atmosphere in the space. Again, atmospheric, the construction, whether it's silos. We'll go into a little more detail in a few slides. The work activities that you're going to be doing inside of that space. And then other conditions that may be in that space. One of them's atmospheric. And when you talk about atmospheric, people think about air quality. How many people think about temperature? Are you going into a hot or are you going into a cold? And then part 15, confined space in Manitoba. In the regulations, it applies to every workplace in which a worker works in a confined space or in a hazardous confined space. I always like to throw this slide up. 100 people, roughly, every year die in confined spaces in Canada. 60% of them are the rescuers. So the people that are going in to rescue these people because they think they can, whether they're not trained or it's human nature. Everybody, if you see somebody down, what's your first reaction? You're going to go and help them. However, if they're in a confined space, you have to think twice. Doing the comparison to the US, we're 8 times worse in our confined space programs. With these deaths that are occurring each year in the US, 148 die each year. With the physical hazards, 61%. 34% are because of atmospheric hazards, whether they're overwhelmed by low oxygen, H2S, CO. 90% of those people that are passing away are male. That was a stat that I found yesterday. One thing we want to talk about is knowing what you're up against. So non-entry rescue. That means the retrieval of a worker without entering the space. We don't want to be that guy that goes into a vault and pokes his head in there to see that confined space and then overcome with gas. We want to make sure that we're using the right equipment and the methods that's easiest and most safe for you guys to use. Regulated under the occupation health and safety laws, you guys are required to assess your confined spaces, develop your rescue plans, provide appropriate training, and have CSA equipment to the proper standards that you can work with. Some of the key requirements in planning your confined space is prevention and planning. How can we prevent this from happening further? Is it engineering controls? Is it the hierarchy of controls? You need to do your hazard assessments and your emergency plans. These are a mandatory thing under these standards. Equipment use, you're going to use mechanical retrieving devices in vertical entries that are 1.5 meters deep or 5 feet. So perfect example is a boot in the grain industry. Worker training. Your personnel must be trained. If you're going into a confined space, your workers need to be trained on proper procedures, equipment use, and the use of communication. Whether that communication is line of sight communication and voice, whether it's your two-way radio, or whether it's cell phone. And I prefer not using cell phone radios or line of sight. Again, non-entry rescue is the safest possible way for you and most practical, but there are the chance that you do have to do an entry rescue. It all depends on what the situation is. Requirements of your confined space. Consider before entering the confined space or hazardous space, identify and assess. We're going to talk about identifying and assessing a lot during this presentation. Take the measure to reduce, control, eliminate the risks in these space, whether it's ventilating, engineering controls. Identify the appropriate frequency. How often are you going in? How often are you going to be going into these spaces? Is this a regular occurrence? What can we do differently? I did a confined space assessment at a hospital recently, and one of the things that they were doing is they were going into a crawl space. The only reason that they were going into this crawl space is to look at a gauge. They put in an engineering control of a $25 camera so that they could see those gauges via Wi-Fi. So they didn't have to enter that space. It could be as simple as that. It also could be a lot more expensive, whether it's ventilation equipment or rescue equipment. Identify the emergency PPE equipment that you're working with. I brought some PPE equipment with me today. We'll talk about that in a few more slides. Establish and implement an entry permit system. I hope everybody here who has any type of confined space at their facility, that you have a confined space permit and that you're following it. And training. Ensure the person entering and the person working your equipment is properly trained on the equipment, whether it's a standby worker or it's the entrance or it's your supervisor. Employer's responsibility. What is your responsibilities when it comes to a confined space? You have to implement a safe work procedure for working in a confined space. And they must be trained in safe work procedures. And you as the employer must ensure that there's compliance. It was almost like the previous presentation from MacMor. There's going to be a lot of redundancy in this. And redundancy is a good thing. Training and assessments. So some of the things that are challenges in confined spaces. Engulfment hazards, whether it's grain, sawdust, coal, other types of material. Free-flowing material, are you working in a space that has water? For instance, Manitoba Hydro has chances for the people to drown when they go into a confined space when they're working in some of their generating stations. Entrapment. Silos is probably a great way where this is where the walls converge and down into a point of entrapment. So what happens? How does that happen? People are in there cleaning, they're in there painting, they're in there welding, and they slip and they fall to the bottom of that space. That's where your entrapment's going to occur. And most often, if you're not using the proper equipment, it's going to be very hard to get that person out. Falls. Slips, trips, and falls can happen during entry. So you're climbing down, let's say you're going into a manhole or being lowered into a space. You slip. Again, your rescuer will stop you, but still, there's that occurrence that may happen. You could slip and trip when you're working inside. Another thing is you don't really think about the person working on the outside of the space. Should that person be tied into a tripod or into a manhole guard system so they don't trip and fall into that confined space as well? Electrical hazards. Big thing is lockout and tag out in confined space. So if you're in those tight spaces, you could have a heart attack, you can be burnt. Some things that happen, electrical, the wiring can unravel and may not be protected with the insulation. People forget to de-energize. So there's that risk of the electrical hazard as well. And another one here is your energy sources. Big physical hazards are machinery not properly de-energized or bled of that stored energy, whether it's your pneumatic systems, your hydraulics, your electricals, your steam, or other potential aspects. I put this in there for heat stress as well. We work in Manitoba. Manitoba is extremely cold in the wintertime and can get extremely hot in the summertime. This is one thing that you have to take into account when you're going into that confined space, because the likelihood of a high temperature reduces your time that you're going to be in that space. Lingering hazards, gas detection. I'm just going to throw these around. These are multi-gas monitors. If you have confined spaces, this is one thing that you're going to have to work with. You're going to have to work with the atmospheric hazards that are around you, whether it's with your confined space monitors. You're working with 2 toxic gases, your CO, your H2S, your combustible, which is your LEL, and then also your oxygen levels. Just to go on a little bit of overview, we talked about the O2, LEL, and CO. There's other options that could be present in your confined space, whether it's your SO2, your NO2. And in Manitoba, I hope everybody realizes that if you are using any model of gas detection, your H2S sensor has to be a low concentration H2S sensor. And what we mean by a low concentration H2S sensor, it means that it reads in increments of 0.1 part per million. Will you be in compliance if you don't have a monitor like that? I'm going to cover that up. At least you're using gas detection. But we want to make sure that you are aware of the regulation that you need a low concentration H2S sensor. Another monitor that I'm passing around is a connected monitor, so it's connected to the cloud at all times, so you get live readings. So technology in the gas detection space has changed tremendously. Whether it's the old Altair 4X or the other manufacturers with your BW, Industrial Scientific, Draeger, Gas Clip, they all manufacture CSA approved. But technology has changed where it's connected now. Whether it's cell phone, satellite, you can get these reports instantaneously now. So you don't have to worry about your worker saying, oh, there was no issues in that confined space, even though he might have had a high exposure to a CO or an H2S. It gives you compliance right out of the box. We also, there's also different options. If you're working in atmospheres, I'm familiar with one gentleman in the room that's using Altair 5Xs, chlorines, kind of all your, we call them exotic gases. You can monitor for these exotic gases when you're going into that confined space as well. Again, I'm not going to go too much into the gas detection, but with gas detection, bump and calibration is required. Somebody said to me the other day, well, I bought this maintenance-free gas detector. Does that mean I have to bump it? Do I have to calibrate it? Can anybody answer that?
Yes.
Yes. Somebody with a maintenance-free monitor, and I'll just go off on a little tangent here. With the maintenance-free monitor, it's basically usually just your single gas disposable, counts down within 24 months. Maintenance-free means you don't change the sensor, you don't change the battery. That's it. All requirements on bumping and calibration work. Thank you. You can bump test and calibrate, whether it's in an automated test stand or manually. All manufacturers do it relatively the same way. Like, I got a shirt from my parents when they went to Vietnam, or my father-in-law when they went to Vietnam. Same, but different. It's the same calibration, same bump test, but we do it in different ways. Your atmosphere is in your confined space. Are you aware of the different types of stratified gases that you may have in your confined space? Why do you test gas? Why do you test at different levels of your gas detection? There's different vapor densities. Your methane's going to be floating up at the top of your room. Your carbon monoxide is going to be a little higher, but in the space, your air is all around you. And then your H2S. Great example is hog barns. Hog production. H2S, or oil and gas. You can kick it up. You can stir up that H2S. Little trick that I learned a long time ago is anybody has a known H2S on site or it's present, and let's say there's some water in that entry that you're going into, before you test, drop a pebble in there. Why do I say drop a pebble in there? Because what it'll do is it'll agitate that atmosphere. So if there's any H2S present, it'll bring that H2S up and be present when you're doing your readings. So when you're entering a space, whether it's horizontal or vertical, you're testing top, middle, and bottom.
Kent, I'm going to ask the question that you've already answered for me, but I think that maybe someone else will have that same question. We can just tie a rope to the multi-gas detector and lower it down into the space, right?
I'm going to cover this up because I see so many broken clips when I go onto sites and with strings and ropes attached to it. Can that be done? It can be. Is it the proper procedure? No. So there's a couple different options. We offer a pump probe that you can attach anything up to 50 feet of tubing on there and draw your samples through. Great question. You set me up there. How long do we test for when you're doing your gas detection, when you're doing your any type of entry? 15 to 30 seconds for each level, every 3 to 5 feet. You're using 10 feet of tubing. How much time are you going to be adding? You're going to be adding 10 seconds. So this is basically just a kind of a picture of showing you different levels on where those gases could be and why you're testing at different levels. The one thing is when you lower your monitor on a string down into the hole, are you waiting to see if it goes off? What are you doing? Are you dropping it down to the middle, waiting to see if it goes off, dropping it to the bottom? Realistically, you should be using the pump probe, watching your monitor, or if you're playing Candy Crush on your phone, go back and check your peak readings on your monitor. That's what that's for. Calibration. This is a nasty word for a lot of people. Calibration people think calibration is a moneymaker. It is not. Calibration is an accuracy adjustment to a known level concentration of gas. What's in this cylinder. Then your sensors adjust to it. Your company can have different procedures, but CSA states that you have to calibrate a minimum every 6 months, and that's for the LEL sensor. The more often you calibrate, the more accurate your instrument is going to be. MSA recommends that you calibrate every month. It all depends on company regulations, but our recommendation is that you calibrate every month. Things that can poison your sensors. Has anybody ever seen a negative reading on their sensors? We had a big issue during COVID. Everybody was using hand sanitizers, alcohol-based cleaners. Those were sensor killers. They would throw, there was a cross sensitivity there. Different things have cross sensitivities with it. Your silicones, your H2S's, high contaminate levels, impacts on your monitors. Bump testing. How often do you bump test? Do you keep records of when you do bump testing? Bump testing is a function check. It's usually a 15 to 30 second test depending on which manufacturer you use. A bump test makes sure that your sensors can see gas. Very, very simple. Do this prior to your entries. I was working with a customer up north and I got a phone call saying, all my monitors are dead. He did his bump test, but what he did is he had his bump and calibration test stand right beside his hand sanitizing station, so he basically cooked all of his sensors. If you fail a bump test, what happens? You automatically do a calibration. Make sure that your sensor is working properly. With also bump testing, you'll see if you're not calibrating frequently, you'll see a sensor shift. And also, please leave your monitors plugged in. Or if you have batteries in yours, leave them plugged in. What happens if you have an emergency, you have to go into a confined space? Don't be that guy that has desk stock of his monitors that aren't plugged in and then calls you and says, I need a monitor right away, or my sensors are dead because they haven't seen gas in a very long time. Don't be that person. The main atmospheric hazards that you're going to see in your confined spaces, your oxygen deficiency or enrichment. Deficiency low. With your enrichment in your environment, that makes it above 23% oxygen, your environment's enriched. So that means it's becoming more combustible. You're toxic or you're poisonous, and then you're flammable and you're explosives. I had a great video here. It's not linked up, but it just shows what happens. Kid was playing with sparklers, dropped it down a manhole cover, sent that manhole cover about 200 feet in the air and sent him flying. He survived, but again, it hit a pocket of methane in that confined space. We talked a little bit about the toxic gases that you have in there with your H2S and your carbon monoxide. H2S, rotting organic material. So you'll see a lot of H2S in the oil and gas industry. You'll see it in city, in your sewers, schools, anywhere there's rotting organic materials. It stinks. But after a while, if there's H2S present, you'll become accustomed to it, and it'll deaden your smell. Just a quick chart on the effects of H2S. Again, it's a pretty nasty thing. Carbon monoxide, silent killer. Do you guys all remember what happened in the motel in Winnipeg when they had a bunch of carbon monoxide poisoning? Usually this happens from equipment, from carbon-based fuels, whether it's your propane or your gas. I was working with the fire department in Kenora. They had they had a CO call. They thought it was the furnace. No, it was the guy's truck running at the back door, pumping it all into his place. Oops. What have you guys done to prepare? And I'll go as fast as I can. I've got 10 minutes left, and I'm getting a nod from Nathan. Risk assessments. This is a big thing here. With your risk assessments, you have to figure out the magnitude or the potential magnitude of going into that confined space, your frequency and your duration for your exposures, if any. The potential, the number of people exposed in going in there. Are you just having a single worker going in there, or are you having a crew to do maintenance down there? The probability of occurrence, how often is this going to happen? If this is a regular entry, what are you guys doing to prepare for it? What equipment do you have? The consequences of severity. Potential for changing the atmosphere in that space. Welding, fermentation, tools. All of those different things can change the atmosphere in your confined space. Current and planned strategies for controlling the risk. This is where you have your engineering controls in place. The impact of the controls on the overall risk. Do we need emergency response? 911 is not the answer for confined space. Most of the time, if you call 911 and you don't have a proper plan in place, they're doing a recovery and not a rescue. You want to make sure that you're planned properly. And the impacts of the hazards and the controls that they could have on your emergency response team. Confined space inventory and identification. How many people here, and I'm not trying to call anybody out here, how many people here have a catalog of their confined spaces and the hazards in those confined spaces. How many are working on it? How many have nothing? Okay, so with this, you need to survey your presence. Make sure that you know your inventory, your confined spaces, and then establish a process to review these if something should change. Again, I go to a lot of different facilities, and one of the facilities hadn't done an updated confined space assessment for 12 years. The other thing in that, they also had a 300,000 foot expansion put onto that building, and no confined space assessment was done on that. So please do a review of your existing spaces at least every 3 years. Document your findings. Have everything in writing. Hazard identification. Make sure that you determine if it's hazardous, if it's confined space, if it's permit required. Make sure you have that identification on those spaces. Periodic assessment. There's that assessment word again. Ensure your workers are competent. That's huge. If you're sending in a new guy into a confined space, does he know the proper procedures? This assessment should be done by a competent person or a competent trainer. It cannot, periodic assessments can include but not limited to task, observation, analysis, and written evaluation. Again, this is critical. Rescue practices. How many here, and again, no judgment, how many of you with your confined spaces are doing a practice rescue? One. How do you know if they go into that space that you can actually get them out with a non-entry rescue using a tripod, a davit system, or a manhole guard system? This needs to be done twice a year, and these practices need to be documented. Refresher training should be carried out on an annual basis, and that training needs to be assessed to make sure that they're competent in using the equipment. Emergency preparedness. Planning and responding for the emergencies. Identifying the necessary resources that you have to plan effectively. Testing your plan, like we just talked about. Communication with the training of the affected parties. I work with a lot of rural companies as well. I also suggest contacting, if you have a large number of confined space, work with that volunteer fire department, work with the fire department. They're also going to be on site if there's an emergency. So do a mock drill with them. It's not a problem to work with them. They'd be more than happy to do that. Communicate with visitors, emergency service personnel, government authorities. Communication is key on this. Equipment needs. And I'll go. This is where I'm going to talk really fast. So I thought this slide was fantastic. It kind of gives you an overview if you're doing any type of entry, whether it's horizontal or vertical. Vertical, everybody thinks vertical is very difficult to do. It all depends on your configuration. So with your horizontal entries, there's options of going to a pole hoist system or a side entry system. So if you have any vats or bins that you're going inside, you can do it. Davit systems, tripods. Davit systems are especially useful when you have multiple spaces. You put a davit mount on the floor, and you can move that davit arm to each different location. Tripods, that's probably your most standard means of rescue. Tank pods, pole hoist systems, rescue davits. Then you have to look at what type of structure that you're working on. Are you working on concrete? You're working on soil? You're working on steel? Are you working on metal grating? There's different things that you have to take into this. What type of entry configuration do you have? Is it round, square, right? Overhead clearance? Do you have enough space to put in a unit like that? These are all different options that you have to look at. Depth of entry. So this will lead to what equipment you're going to be using for your rescue equipment. Confined space kits can usually consist of a tripod, a three-way rescuer, or an SRL-R. What that is that this beast right here. So it either can go into rescue mode or in SRL mode. So when you're lowering the person down, this will be attached to their back, goes up and down. If there's a fall, it locks up. But if they were incapacitated at the bottom of the hole, and I don't have my...
Do you need an assistant, Kent?
I do not, my friend. You're good though. If they do have a fall, you can either lower them or raise them, whatever you need to do. You can also use a winch. Winch is basically meant to raise or lower somebody if there's no way of entrance, so no ladder going into that space. It's good for 400 pounds for personnel and 620 pounds for equipment. Manhole guard system. This is a little different from standard davit. You can change configurations on it, lightweight aluminum. The great thing about this is it protects the entrance, so somebody can't step into that entrance. There's also a 5,000 pound anchor point on there so that they can tie off. Collar systems, whether it's Saputo down in Brandon uses these, also utility contractors going into vaults. Again, different options for different confined space applications. This is what I was talking about, the adapter bases. So you can get different adapter bases with davit arms. Again, whether you're doing construction, government work, water treatment, extremely easy to set up and tear down. Hitch mount system. So if you don't have that sky hook where you are to hook off, hook it up to a vehicle that has a hitch mount on it. Then you have a form of rescue wherever you are. Pole hoist system. This is basically fantastic for your horizontal entries. We do a lot of work with the food processing industry, also in the grain manufacturing, and a lot of the grain industry, and then a lot of construction applications with the horizontal entry. Wall adapters, limited space. You can put a wall adapter in, then put a davit arm on there. Any type of application there. Oops. Counterweight system. If you have multiple spaces, you can roll this. You can roll this around, moving it location to location. It's not going to penetrate your floor. So if you're, this was designed for Quebec Hydro, going over their nice floors by Extirpa. I'm 2 minutes over. Sorry about that. I'm the one holding you back from lunch. I got a couple glares from a few of you there. We're good, okay? But thank you very much. Any questions?
Any questions for Kent? Online or in person?
I can grab it.
No? Okay. Ken, thank you so much. I love these types of presentations because I know that someone in this room, and I suspect it's more than just one person, has a problem that they need solving back at their facility that's really difficult. I don't even know what is possible to solve. Well, this kind of device solves it. I had never seen the little collar that you drop into the manhole cover. That's something that we at MaidSafe would love to support you with, but to be perfectly honest, that's a level of expert knowledge with the products that we just don't have. And you'll see on LinkedIn, I post that when I run out of my knowledge on a topic, it's great to have a network of professionals that you can reach out to. And you can reach out to us, but you can also connect with Kent directly. So I've got some of Kent's cards here. He's responsive on LinkedIn. I think I've written his home phone number on the back of some of those cards. So if you have questions, concerns, or you want to move to the next stage of your confined space entry program, please feel free to reach out to Kent and he'll help you get on the right track.
Again, there's a few things that I can offer. I can offer my expertise for you if you want to bounce something off me, whether it's equipment related or standards related. But if you're having a hard time with a confined space, or you needed help with your confined space, you need help with your assessments, I have copies of assessments that I can forward to you, and you can use it. You can use it as a resource. Reach out to me. I'm very responsive, and if you have any questions at all, contact me. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Kent. We've reached the lunch. Today's lunch is Hoagie Boys. I am very excited about this one. I've driven past their place every day when I have to drop off my son at his daycare and think, oh, I should try them. And so, very excited. As with normal, the folks online will maybe take a picture of it and share it on LinkedIn so you can see what you miss, other than all of our smiling faces by not being with us. We're going to put up that hold sign and music very shortly. And for the folks in the room, out this back door, please, and then along the hallway and down here, the buffet is just on the other side of this wall. So if you could leave through the back and filter around, that'd be great. Thank you so much. We will restart again at 1 p.m. Thank you very much, folks.
Good luck.
We're going to get you jumping right back in. So, we have what turns into a little bit of a fireside chat here today. Safe Work certification does require a little bit of effort. You've got files to organize, you've got training to make sure is occurring, you've got all sorts of stuff, the documentation that goes along with all of the actual work that you do. And one of the tools that can make safe work certification and maintenance audits a little bit easier, or a lot of bit easier, depending on how you're using the tool, is the One Life Workplace Safety Solutions program. My Workplace Safety Assistant.
It's just One Life now.
Okay, that's so much easier to remember. I can just say, I walk past one of the old posters like once a month. One Life Workplace Solutions. It's a fantastic tool. One Life's partnered, so there are a few discounts, which I believe Theo's going to talk about for members. But I can tell you whatever you want to hear, because I don't use the software on a daily, weekly, or yearly basis. You want to hear from the people that are actually using the software. So for that, Theo has brought a fantastic group of safety professionals that are actually using it to tell you what's great and where some of the challenges are and how they use it, so that you can see whether or not it makes sense for your organization. So with that, we will pass it over to Theo Heineman and the fantastic team that she has assembled here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I really appreciate the chance to be here and to partner with Made Safe and to have some of our amazing clients with us. Is anybody who's never heard of One Life Workplace Safety Solutions? All right, so I'll just maybe cover a little bit about what we're going to cover today, a little bit on our background, but then I'm going to turn it over to the voice of experience here. There you go. Okay, so we'll share a little bit about the background of One Life, and then I do have to look at the screen because that's a little too small. Yep.
Psyched out.
And so we really want this to be a professional development day. The goal here is not just to talk about One Life software. I really asked the panel to be sharing the innovations that they're coming up with this year. You're going to hear some really cool ideas. The software is the backdrop, right? The software is the vehicle. You have to have the infrastructure, the leadership, you have to have the creativity, the tenacity, the coaching, you have to have all of that stuff. And so that's also what I want them to share. But in the background will be the tool that provides the infrastructure, that gives a little bit of help. And they're going to be focusing on how incident management has been streamlined, simplifying safety audits and performance, a little bit of linking safety and quality, a little bit how it's making training management easier, and then building culture and buy-in by making it a little bit simpler. A little bit about One Life, for those of you who don't know us, we started as a consulting company back in 2008. Long story short is I was auditing personally for Manitoba Heavy Construction. They had a 50% failure rate in their audits that year. We had double the fatality rate that year. 43 workers were dead. I saw a company go bankrupt directly related to safety. And it just really compelled me to start the company because we wanted to help small and mid-sized owners. So that's how that started. And it was really hard, because if you can imagine like 15, 16, 17 years ago, we worked with smaller companies. They didn't want to do safety. It's too hard, it's too expensive, it's too long, blah, blah, blah. And just sort of pure stubbornness, we just kept asking the question, how do we make it simpler and easier? And that's why we started building software. So we launched our first technology in 2010, only for our own client base. And for over 10 years, we were very happy and very comfortable just being a boutique consulting company. That's who we were. But like when you start building software, it's kind of like having a baby. You think having a baby is a good idea, right? Well, that'll be fun, right? And then the baby starts to walk, and then the baby needs a tricycle, and then the baby's got to go to school, and then on and on and on it goes, and then comes college, and it's kind of like that. So this entity was growing, and so we had the consultants that were in the field all the time, talking to our clients and listening to, if you could do this, it would make it simpler. If you could do that, it would make it simpler. And so it just grew over time, and we grew with this stable of software developers. The software grew. COVID came and went. Who was not scratching their head during COVID, wondering like, what do we do with our businesses, right? A scary time. So we made some decisions at that time to focus only on technology, because the safety associations were rising up then. They're here to provide that consulting support. There's a lot of safety consultants who can work out of their house for far less than we could with the overhead that we had. And so that's the background. So we now grow across North America, we're in the United States, across Canada. But our real passion truly is serving our Manitoba clients, to be honest with you. I'm very much a values-driven kind of person. So it's a privilege to be here, and it's a privilege to partner with Made Safe. And then all I will share is this. So after working with literally hundreds of companies, you start to see patterns, right? You start to see patterns. This isn't necessarily in a book anywhere except for the quote from Deming, which is 15% of a company's issues are can be controlled by people, while 85% can only be controlled by the management system. And so working with hundreds of companies literally over many, many years, it became obvious to me, like the simplest pattern that arose was there was three things that really were driving a management system. Number one, it was being able to set clear standards in writing. Number two, being able to train those standards in a way that people could understand them and implement them. And number three, it was being able to coach and enforce those standards. And then it's built, obviously, on a foundation of leadership, right? You have to have leadership buy-in, your supervisors, all of that, understanding credible risk, supervisors accountable, and getting, understanding your leading indicators, having predictive indicators, right, before you have that loss exposure. So while, the Act and Regulations is 300 and some pages long, it really boiled down to this. And again, if we can help you, not just about software today, but about safety management, I've been in the field for 20 years and, well, more than that, 25 years. But maybe a little story that would be helpful. I had a COO in my office, and they had just had those two workers die in Eastern Canada. They were electrical company workers. One was late 30s, one was early 40s. They both died at the same time. You might have known who that company is. And I asked that COO who's in my office, it was an uncomfortable question to ask, but I said, why did those guys, what happened? What happened to those guys died? And he said, well, they should have been more, that should never have happened. They should have been more careful. And I said to him, would you mind if I gave you another perspective? Would you be open? And I gave him this model. 15% of a company's issues are people, 85% management system. I drew that little model on a napkin, upside down across the table. Immediately, he said, Theo, this is where our problem is in our management system. And so that philosophy has really guided us, and it's built into the technology as well. Like, we really want to provide that in the technology, and you'll see maybe snippets of that as our guests go through their experience today. But so first up, we're going to talk a little bit about incident management, audits, and culture. And this is from Practical Loss Control Leadership. Who has that book? The red book. In an environment of keen competition and low profit margins, learning from incidents, implementing corrective action can contribute more to a company's profits than their organization's best salesperson. Good thing the salespeople aren't here. But so minimizing loss is much an improvement as maximization of profit. So I really think safety management and safety professionals need to be elevated to have a very large seat at the boardroom table. We need to be able to speaking this language of profitability and what you guys really do to impact the bottom line, because you absolutely do. And if you're in the trenches and you don't think that, because sometimes it's difficult, I'm here to remind you that you absolutely do make a big difference. And it's my pleasure and privilege to introduce Xenia and Kathy. So Xenia and Kathy looked at the One Life system for 5 years, maybe? So they vetted it very well, and they went on a trial, and they really vetted it out to make sure it would work for them. Xenia, Health and Safety Manager at Lowen, overseeing the safety department as well as multiple safety teams. And I remember you when you were just starting.
Just starting, yep.
You were the junior person, and now you are leading safety there. Congratulations. Kathy Kellett, Health and Safety Coordinator at Lowen, managing WCB Return to Work, as well as various safety training. Kathy's been an asset at Lowen certification process since 2017. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys to share your experience and maybe give some insights into how you're innovating.
It's kind of weird, hard to know what's here. All right, so we started with this journey last year, so we haven't been doing it for that long, and our big focus was looking for something to help us with our incident management system, so something that would help with supervisor reports. What we had was obsolete. It wasn't compatible with all of our systems. We were losing data. We weren't able to find what we wanted. Managers and leaders have horrible time to navigate through the information that we did have. It just really wasn't working for us. So we did look at a lot of different options, and this was the best fit for us. So we did start with that supervisor incident report. That was the very first form that went out. And our focus last year, right up until the beginning of this new year, was to get the training done, to make sure we understood the system, make sure that the leaders knew what to do, managers could find the information. Expected a lot of hiccups. You know how it is to bring something new in. You're used to the old way. My suggestion for anybody who's looking to bring something new in is make sure the old way is so horrible that you just want to get rid of it so bad that it doesn't even matter. We never had a single complaint. Everybody was on board from the get-go, and we had really smooth sailing into the new program. So after we were able to track clearly hazard identification, hazard risk, so in our forms there's now like a mini risk assessment. So something we had to do separately. And the implementation of this form is going to help us greatly when it comes time to do our certification. So a little bit of a certification story, and then it won't take too long. Very first year of certification, we were asked to provide risk assessments. We do hundreds of risk assessments. We do them all the time. If you think I had a single one documented in our whole facility, like it was ridiculous. I spent hours looking for three to prove that we were doing it. That was like the worst experience ever for me. So now we have this built into a form that tells us exactly where we're at for every incident report. It's great. So speaking of what our little risk assessment looks like, this is just an example. So within the form, when you're completing, you have the option to add a corrective action. You have who was doing it. This is a resolved one. So an example, what the hazard was, the control, who it was assigned to, and then it does a little scoring on the side. So it asks you quick questions so that you can do your risk assessment. You can get your numbers to prioritize. Helps if you have multiple safety things that need to be looked at and you're not sure which one should be first. So this was very helpful for us, for our maintenance team or our engineering team, just to help prioritize. Looking at a report. So after you've completed your forms, these are our accident investigation forms. You can see what status they are, if they're finalized, submitted, if they're at review stage. So your goal is to get to that finalized stage. So finalized is everything you can do is done. Your corrective actions are fixed. Your leaders and managers have all signed off. Everything that you want to be done is good to go. And if there's anything outstanding, you'll see little red dots. So I don't know if you can see it out there. They're little red dots under the information part. That means there's something still outstanding. Everything within these documents highlights red as being something's missing, which is really great. Quick and easy way to scan through and see what's happening.
All right. Can everybody hear me out there? Okay. Yep. So in the beginning, like Sammy said, we started with our incident reporting. We expected push back on it because change is bad, but everybody was really happy and excited about the form. It was easy to use. We could customize it to what they wanted to see and what we wanted to see. So it was really user-friendly. The challenges we had prior to having One Life is we had all of our stuff kind of all over the place. So when it came down to doing our audit, we were looking at all kinds of different databases, different files. We were chasing down documents from leaders and safety groups and all that. So it was really monotonous and a ton of work. So we're really excited we're really excited to do our audit this year. We're anticipating we're going to have so much of our criteria being satisfied in our One Life because it's all there, right? Yeah, so right now, like we can save all of our documents in there. It wasn't long after we did our safety improvement investigations and incidents that leaders started asking us, hey, can we get more stuff in there? So since we've implemented it, now we have like our safety data sheets all in there, which is really handy because it's all on an app. People on the floor can go, hey, what can I do with this chemical? What are the risks? So they can just go on their app on the phone,
or their iPads, whatever, and they can actually look up directly the products that they're using. So it's really, really handy that way. Then we've now started working with safe work procedures. It's a work in progress. We're just kind of getting stuff in there, but people are always saying, hey, I can't find the safe work procedure for this, but just like, settle down, we're not there yet. We're working on it. It's going to be there. So something that they're really eager to have, and we can update. We can also attach like our review dates, so we can go, okay, now this is due in 3 years, so we know when it's going to be ready. So it's easy to look at. Policies and procedures, that's one of the things we put in right away. Again, easy access for leaders, managers, anybody who wants to look what their policies are, the procedures are. And we can also, again, add a review date to it, and we can assign it to whoever needs to review it. So that's going to be very, very handy for our audit and that. I figured out that. So our document management, super easy. Everything's all in there. We can run reports. You can also see these are just some of the ones we were kind of playing with a little bit just to get in there. And we're able to actually assign it to who the reviewer or the approver was. So then if you want to look and make sure when we're doing our certification audit, we're going to be able to go into that and see, okay, they've seen it, they've reviewed it, and then they can sign off on it. So now we're going to have definite sign off. So that's definitely going to be an asset for us with our certification audit. We see our SWAT team. So this is something new to Lowen. Up until recently, we've had a safety improvement team. So a safety improvement team, they were safety teams with groups that were in each department. So great, we have people with buy-in and working together. But a year ago, our evening shift, we have two of our people who actually brought in our SWAT team. So it's our Safe Workplace Awareness Team. So what it is you have everybody in the department is all part of this team. And they all have ownership on the safety. So they meet weekly. They do audits. Everybody has to take a turn doing an audit every week. So, and they're using the tool so that they're getting use of the online program, and it's been very good. And we've seen people that have like zero computer skills, and we go, hey, so they did a great job. So that's just how easy it is to use. So we have Hope and Brian at the back. They initially brought in on evenings. So, and it's kind of like a reward-driven program. So I know it's kind of like, do we want people that have to be rewarded to be safe? But it's working, right? So everybody is challenged to come up with safety improvements. They'll look for challenges and opportunities in their departments, and then they get an opportunity. We have a spin the wheel. So when you have you come up with a safety incident and you come up with a solution, then you get a chance to spin the wheel, and then you can win. There's a number of different things. So you could be something like a chocolate bar. You could have a 15-minute extra break, or there's a grand prize, which we still aren't really sure what it is yet. But it's really, really been a good initiative for our team. So, and it just so happens we started implementing it through the whole facility, day shift, night shift, and everything, right at the same time as we brought in this. So what's been great here is we do audits and inspections. So we've been able to put in the inspections and the audits. Before we had our audits, we just had like an audit form, which was just a piece of paper. It was just a basic form, and it was just for everything. So the criteria was different, but now we're able to actually take each policy or process and create an audit that is specific to that thing. So for instance, we have like electrical panels. We want to make sure everything's clear. So that's really laid out clearly in each audit. That's what they're looking for. Or maybe they're looking at inspections. What's being inspected, is it being inspected properly? So it's really clear cut. Like I said, each person has an opportunity and requirement to do one. So where we used to have a few people in a department working on this, now we have everybody in the department. So it's really built a lot of ownership for your safety, and it's really good for building our safety culture. Also with our audits, we've worked in there where you could do a risk assessment in there, so corrective actions. So now that's been very, very handy. Here's an example of what they're going to see on their phones when they're going to go and do an inspection. So here we have, our set criteria. So this here one is they're looking at electrical safety. So here part of that criteria is whether or not power cords or extension cords are being used properly. Yes, no, and if not, then they're going to do a risk assessment. And it's easy to track our results, so it's very handy. So with our safety culture, we've definitely seen improvements. I mean, there's a lot of different things that we're working on as a company for our safety, but with the safety culture for our managers, they can see what's going on in their departments, see what kind of challenges, opportunities they have, what people are doing to improve, and what corrective actions and actions they can monitor to see if actions are being done and what sustainability is with their stuff. So employees, it does empower them because they're being part of it. So they're able to go and look for opportunities that they can improve, and yeah, they're a part of it. And we've seen a really positive outcome from that.
All right. So Kathy has been spending a lot of time making forms. She's the person that knows the most about how to create, how to put the documents in. So I'm not computer savvy at all. I'm that person that calls IT for everything, and I'm sure they dread it on the phone. But I can figure out how to use it. So it's really simple to use. Since fully implementing the Use in One Life program, we've been able to have more near misses and close calls reported. So something where we had lots of ideas, but they were not getting reported properly. So we've really nailed that down. We have a lot coming in on a regular basis, and getting those corrective actions in, giving employees the empowerment to fix things themselves, to come up with ideas, how to document so we can keep track of what's happening and share that information throughout different areas. A lot of the time you have one issue, it's the same somewhere else, so now we can share that easily. So they've done a really great job with sharing that information. Since we've started this year, in the first quarter, fingers crossed, our incidents have been down dramatically. It's just been a great year so far, over 50% down from last year, which I don't want to attribute just to having one life, but there's so many layers and things that we have been doing to make sure that we are keeping on track and keeping on top of things. Having that management and leadership able to see what's happening within their direct reports has been a great benefit. It makes it easier for them. A lot of the stuff we had before was paper copies. They were put into a file. People saw it when you did the form, and then it was gone. It just out of sight, out of mind. So now that we have it available for people to actually see what's happening in their departments, and it goes right up to the top of the company, so they can actually see all the way along and ask questions and get that feedback. It's been a great experience for everybody. So yeah, there's a lot of things that have been really great with the system. We're crazy enough, looking forward to what the next steps are with our certification.
Very good. Thank you very much. I'll let you guys do that. There's going to be a Q&A, so the whole goal here is that we have about hopefully 15 minutes at the end to just ask all the kind of questions that you want. That's a bit of a panel. So let's keep going. Next up we have Winnipeg, Alex Roundtree. So, yes, he's laughing at me. Okay, that's all right. So Alex, he and I were trying to get this organized while he was in Mexico, and he was not vacationing, so he told me. He told me he was working. I believe him, I guess. So Alex leads safety for Winnipeg all across North America. So not only in Winnipeg, but through the United States and into Mexico. And so he's been around the block, a ton of experience. I think that's a great thing about this day too, is like know who some of the leaders are in the industry, and these guys are so good-hearted. I'm sure they'd be open to you ringing them up if you're having a challenge. But Alex has seen it all as well, from all the return to work highs and lows, the serious incident highs and lows, through prosecutions, and working away at improving their culture. I think you work on the environmental safety side. You do it all. So welcome, Alex. Thank you so much for.
As Theo said, I've been around the block. Theo and I go back many years, I think longer than most of my past marriages, so that was good. On that note, no, we started out, Theo and I were back in safety, and she introduced the contractor programs, so I was a part of that.
You want me to talk louder? Okay.
All right, so I joined Winnipeg 2021 just as COVID was still sort of around. However, I can't take credit for being the one leading this charge, the One Life program. One of the gentlemen in the room here was actually the one that helped push that along for us. Anton, raise your hand. So he was a young bull in the facility. So he was having to deal with the dinosaurs. And kudos to Anton, because he was able to push my predecessor from being the old paper and pen pusher that had stacks of paper about this high in the office, which was a fire hazard, not good for a safety person. He had the same mindset I do, so that's why we got along really well. We want to get away from paper, make more electronic, because I don't know about you, but when you have an auditor asking you for paperwork, you don't want to go through a filing cabinet and start sorting through paper trying to find it. You want to have it so you can pull it up on the computer quickly and show them what's there. So some of that, we had to change the mindset of some of our senior management teams who were used to, the old style. People don't like change, right? Everybody likes to change here? All right, so the way we did it was we had the supervisors start collecting their safety weekly audits. So what they started doing, we put it onto tablets out onto the floor. They take the tablet, they'd open up the software package, they go through their checklist, and they'd have to do their areas. They got very dependent on those very quickly once they figured out how to use them, to be honest. We shifted a little bit. We had a cyber attack, which basically shut down the whole company for almost 3 months. We had no computers. So we had to relate to going back to paper and pen, and I can tell you that was a nightmare, and then having to catch back up. However, having the software available, it gave us some leeway because it was going to a cloud service, right? So we can still run it off our cell phones even though we couldn't go through our network servers. So there was loopholes that benefited us, so that was great. We also do crane and hoist check inspections daily before each shift on the equipment, so that was able to be tracked. Daily low lift pallet jacks, because our upright Raymond lifts and our forklifts go off an InfoLink system. So they had their own system, but the low lift pallet jacks, electric ones, don't have that system. So we started doing our inspections, and to track to make sure people were doing them, we put it onto the tablets. They could take tablet out to the machine, do the checklist, make sure everything's good, sign off the date, goes into the database showing that it was done. They could identify which machine, so we knew right away it was being done. We also started using it for respiratory fit testing records, because we had to figure out, okay, how do we track this now? We're bringing in people, we're going to fit test them, so we put it onto the system, able to drop it up onto the iPad or onto your computer, depending where you're sitting. Because sometimes you can't be at your desk, you got to be on the shop floor, so that's why we had that system set up that way. It works really well for that. Department housekeeping records as well, because throughout the shifts they have to do their regular checks to make sure their areas are clean, sort of the lean program as well. Emergency safety inspections, so we have the supervisors also looking at the eye wash stations, eye wash showers systems, emergency showers, first aid kits, fire extinguishers. And with the program, we actually had the floor map with all the fire extinguishers and the numbers. So as the supervisor walked around, they go, yep, that one's there, yep, that one's there, that one's there, okay, the fire extinguisher's over there, eye wash is good. So they're able to mark it off on a weekly basis, and then it would track it back to us and let us know that they had done it. So good record keeping that way. The departments that were using the system were both basically administrated mostly by the safety department. However, quality piggybacked onto it really quickly. They found some benefits to it. They're still also involved with us now. It's also being used for record keeping of employees on the department floor. If they're getting trained on machines, the supervisors can track it on their own system as well, so that's a benefit for them. The forum It gave us a lot of leeway. We could develop our own forms. We can implement them as well. The nice part is there's templates on there to guide you. So even if you're not tech savvy or computer savvy, you can still walk through and it'll show you how to do it, which is nice. It also gives you a good document library of the electronic platforms available. However, there are challenges going through the systems as well. So what we found was the tablets were really good. You could have the system going, but we have a lot of dead spots in our building. I don't know about other people, if your buildings are perfect, you know, cell phones never drop anywhere. We found with the tablets, because sometimes the Wi-Fi is not strong enough, you got a lot of equipment running, a lot of frequency coming out of it, it interacts with it. So we had some challenges. We tried to teach people, you can still go through the form, then when you get the Wi-Fi, do an upload. It's hard to teach people simple things, right? They eventually get it, it just takes a little bit longer to drag them, right? Technology challenge individuals, as we've heard, our workforce is an aging workforce. Average workforce age is 54.6 years of age. So we've got a lot of older individuals, a little bit older and a little bit more chrome than I have in my hair. Some have more experience, of course, than I do on the shop floor. But they start picking it up and realizing it's not as difficult as they make it out to be. There's a little bit of fear with technology that they have to start getting comfortable with. Another challenge is securing funding to support the projects. Does your upper management just go like this with the cash when you ask for stuff? No? Yeah, ours doesn't either. We had to justify it. And Anton can talk about pulling teeth on that to get funding. Changes in the department members is also part of it, because having safety underneath me, I have had turnover in the time I've been there with my coordinators, as I just mentioned. Anton had left and I had another coordinator come, they left after a year. It's either I'm really hard on them or they find other options, I'm not sure. So don't get any ideas, Mary. And sometimes it's also a priority focus driven by incidents in the workplace, serious incidents, because that's going to take you away from what you're regularly doing, your regular tasks. Or corporate directives, because they tend to have a different path they want you to be focusing on than what you might. There are benefits though to it. Using the program, they have a lot of great support when facing challenges on the program. And even though I am a little bit more savvy with the computer, I still get frustrated and I go, okay, I'm giving up, you know why they call Windows programs, right? Because that's where you throw it out the window. However, I'd call them up at the office and they quickly answer, or I could email them and say, you know, I'm having challenges with this. How do I go about fixing it? And they'd either tell you, you know what, you can go online, do a tutorial, or we can walk you through it one-on-one. What's your choice? I prefer the one-on-one. But I've also done some tutorials on the side. All documents can go into one spot, which is nice, centralized, easy to keep stuff together. You can also manage your corrective actions so they're never missed because you're tracking them. Tracks form status, what's been submitted, when it's in a review cycle, when it's finalized, who signed off when, what date. So it gives you all that for auditing purposes. Forms are easy to develop. The templates, as I said before, your gates are open. There's endless of possibilities that you can use it for. So you don't start getting sort of tunnel vision with it, right? It can be used for multiple disciplines, as I said. Our quality department uses it for quality management. We also use it for food safety programs as well. So there's other options available that you can tie it into. So the things you want to think about when you're planning the systems though, and this is something that you have to put a lot of pre-planning into, is what are you trying to achieve from it? What are the results you're trying to get? Because what you start out thinking, oh, I need this, and by the time you finish it, you're over here doing something totally different. So take the steps, plan it out very deeply what you want to do with it. Who's the audience going to use the system? Is it going to be your supervisors, managers, lead hands? Is it going to be shop floor people? Is it going to be executive team? So try and think about who's using it, how they're going to use it. Can it work online as well as offline? Because depending, like I said, with your technology or infrastructure around your facility, will it work with your Wi-Fi systems? Because I know some workplaces won't let you go onto cloud services. That was a big fight we had with let me try that again, with our IT group, because they were scared of cloud services. Because somebody might steal that information from you, right? Who wants to steal safety information? Really? It's sort of like when I go to Mexico and everybody goes, "Aren't you worried about being kidnapped?" I said, "No one wants a safety person. I'm safe. No one will kidnap me. It's all good." You also want to know, are you planning to run reports from it? How are you going to present that data? How are you going to flip it into charts and programs, stuff like that? What is your record keeping timeframes? How long do you want to keep that information for? Do you have a set standard for your company that you keep it for 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, 35? Think about that part. How many users are you going to plan on using the system? Because that's also going to drive how much financial commitment you have to give it. Because you got to pay for license fees, right? Or user fees. Also, executives like to understand the return on investment because, safety makes lots of money, right? No, I'm sort of like maintenance department. I cost them. But it is an investment later on when we have no incidences. We keep our WCB rates down. And I'll hand it off.
Very good. Thank you very much, Alex. Last one, and then we're going to have it open up for a Q&A. You can ask as many questions as you want. Yeah, we're good for time. So David Doken is our client success specialist. He actually was the one that helped and continues to help the Lowen Windows organization. So he can speak from experience. We had a third presenter who was not able to make it, just multiple demands. So we wanted to give you another perspective of another manufacturing company that is having really great success in a bit of a different way. And so David's going to be the proxy for that. David, so he's been with us for 2 years. It's a blessing to have you with us, David. He brings the sun to One Life, that's for sure. He's been 2 years at One Life, and he's got a really broad background, over 15 years, in various aspects of project management and safety management. So he truly understands. So he was actually leading crews on the offshore oil rigs. So if you know how dangerous that is, including it wasn't his responsibility, but being there when I think a coworker was fatally injured, right? So he totally gets it, and through that, those strong safety management systems. I could say other things about him, but he might blush. So, David, come on up here.
Not many people have seen a black man blush before. All right, so thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, Stania, Kathy, and Alex. My goal today is just to show you what this organization is doing and how you're thinking how this would work for yourselves as well. How many people here think training is super important? Just raise your hand like this. Okay, 95%. Okay, maybe 100. So in this case, well, I heard someone say, if you don't train them, you can't what? Anybody heard that before? Blame them, right? Would you agree? And to that end, we have this organization thinking, how do we simplify, how do we standardize our training? So they came onto One Life, and of course, you see the backdrop there coming from 3 different platforms saying, how do we aggregate this? How do we make this simpler as well? And we stepped in, and then we started to just be the guide for them, right? And eventually able to streamline everything, reduce their costs, because again, Alex, cost is super important, right? How will this work? Starting early last year, focus, how do we systemize things? You can see some snapshots from their system, putting people into groups and categorizing what they want to achieve. We want them to have safe work procedures signed up, right? We want them to have live and online training courses, exams, competency assessments. I mean, really the possibility we like to say is limitless, but again, it's what you make of it. And this is what they decided to do, say, how do we maximize this for our training? So here's what that looks like as far as safe work practice and procedures go. Similar to what they had shown these folks, remember I said last year they started off, that's 6,000 plus already done. Picture that in paper for a minute. Someone is having a headache already. So you can imagine how much simpler it is for them to click a button. It's good to see you, sir. And that's working for them. Signed off. Now what's next? Think about creating courses yourself, custom-made courses. So maybe you have a system, you have a way you want things to go. How would you do that? So they've gone ahead, created custom courses. They've also gone ahead and assigned all of this. Again, think about the time and investment to ship off your hundreds of employees to different places to take courses when they can do it. The comfort of their phones, the comfort of your environment, and that's nearly 2,000 courses taken just about over a year. I think that's remarkable for them, and the result, of course, is similar to what Alex said, more than just safety. You can use this for HR, you can use this for quality, operations, you can literally broaden the scope to serve the purposes that would help show how much value the organization as a whole can get from it. And here, just some extra screenshots for you. Talking about, again, Theo mentioned earlier saying you set the standard, you train the standard, and then you enforce the standard, coaching people what to do. So that's where some of these competency assessments come to play. We recently launched that feature, which we call a scoring question, where you can audit and get scores that would guide what you do when you have results that are suboptimal. So there you have it. That's from their own screenshot. 182 competency assessments completed. They are reporting better standardization in their training. They have enhanced competency, improved records and tracking similar to Lowen, and of course, administration time. That's such a weight, right? And that is working out great for them. So one more screenshot for you, seeing how, I don't know about you, but as young as I am, I forget stuff. How many people here forget stuff? Don't worry, nobody's looking. I can't help it. But here, how about a system supporting you with that? So that's what they get, right? They've been able to have the scheduling system work for them. Say, hey, we want to do this on a monthly basis. We don't want to have to remember. And that's how they get that done. It's scheduled out, it runs on its own, you do it one time, and there you have it. It's time for Q&A.
Good job, David. So I just want to do a little disclaimer on the online training thing. So as safety professionals, we have to agree online training is a cautionary tale, right? Right, it can only be used for awareness and refresher-based training. So I want to clarify that. But you know, this is a rural location, so they are absolutely leveraging the abilities. So where they can do awareness-based training or some of the theory, and then combine it with their live in-class training. And to be clear, the system will do the course exam and certificate and all of that. What you're seeing with the competency assessment is they're using the forms. They're building form competency assessment so they can have the person on the forklift, make sure they do all the actual physical things they're supposed to do to be able to demonstrate that they're understanding, just to be clear about that. But with that, I would love to give you the opportunity to be able to open it up and ask any questions of the four panelists of their experience. It could be about their experience with One Life, but it could just be their experience with safety, or maybe you want to know more about the SWAT teams, which I think is awesome, or how they're doing their spinning charts things with the prizes and motivating, and leading with the carrot instead of the stick, right? Or some of Alex's experience. So I'll open it up. Who would have the first question? If there are any questions.
This might be going out to you, but we'll put it to the panel. So, Alex, you are my public safety manager. I am your crane operator. Reg is your maintenance supervisor. I do a crane inspection and I find something that fails that would mean that that crane should be locked out. Does this program have email capabilities so that as soon as I'm hitting that fail, It will notify you, it will notify Reg, so everybody's on the same page at the same time. Because this is now something that should not wait.
I'll let you answer that one.
You want to answer?
I'll let you answer that one.
Okay, anybody can answer it. But yeah, so that's a pretty critical feature, right? When you have a corrective action, that has to be known and documented. So the cool thing about One Life is actually it's actually an internal system. So that corrective action is sent immediately to the person who's been assigned to do it. If they, typically they're gonna have their app on their phone or they're sitting at their desktop, they're gonna get a badge, they're gonna get a notification, and then everybody else is gonna be aware. So if that happened in Alex's facility, let's say, I forgot who was doing what, but who's ever doing the inspection, and let's say they're assigning it to you, you're gonna get a badge and notification on your phone. Alex also gonna see. And then you could also set up daily reports to come to email if you wanted to be an email, but we're careful about that because we want it to be in a closed system. If somebody leaves and then they're relying on finding out in an email, how do we keep everything in a nice, tight, closed system? Do you have anything to add on that?
There's also watchers, so you can assign your safety team as watcher, so if you have something like that, they will get everything. So anything that comes through, they can right away get out and make sure somebody's on it, because you don't always check your emails, right? So.
Good one.
Yeah.
Good question. Next question. Any questions? Yes, at the back.
I think that you mentioned that you originally started with a very paper-heavy safety system or processes. So I'm kind of curious what the timeline was for implementation from a very heavy paper-focused system to a fully digital safety management system or operational system.
Well, Anton, how long were you working on it before I came along?
It might take a while to answer that, but I think what really worked was that the production managers, they're super competitive, and so once I got in one guy's ear, kind of like, hey, do you want to try this out, and do you want to go paperless, and then you can get the bragging rights. So, I had this ally that I was kind of really had a good rapport with, so he adopted it, and then everybody kind of just followed suit. But to long story short, it took a while, but I did have allies that really helped me.
Very good.
And it's constantly building on and on as you come out with new programs, new documentation, you update it. So it's a constantly living, breathing library. It's never going to end. So you can start off, and I know in past places I've worked at where I've gone from a paper program over to digital, it's been a year and a half process as a minimum.
Yeah, I'd have to say the same. We have a long way to go yet.
And then there's the unicorn in the room. So David, this is a true story. I'm not even going to prompt him. He will just tell you the experience of structural truss, who waited till the last minute when their other software was all going to expire. And it was Christmas time. We were on a break. Trying to get a break, and they needed. So tell that story, David. How long did it take you to get them totally off the old software onto a new software?
Unicorn indeed. So I wish I had more time to tell you the full story, but I'll keep it short. 2 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. You can clap. But there's lots to that. There's the part where you have in-house buy-in, right? You have the buy-in from the folks internally, so they work with you. You have allies, right? So you have allies working with you. Everyone's on board. We have to do this. We have to do this quick, and we made it happen in 2 weeks. It doesn't happen like that every time. So
what that speaks to is if you do decide to move forward, and it's on the onus of you guys as well to lean on us a little bit as well. So, we really try and support. And now, granted, they were on a digital system already. So we had to get them off their current digital system onto a different one. And the unicorns were puffing pretty hard by the end of it. But we made it happen, and thanks to David and his team. Any other questions?
Well, with using it for the inspections, one of the things we struggle with, even paper, and I can't see the digital being any different, is people just ticking boxes on the inspection sheet, not even looking at the piece of equipment. One of the things that we were looking at maybe implementing is it had a system that used QR codes. You actually have to physically go to that piece of equipment, scan that QR code. That will open up your inspection form. that, you are going to look at this piece of equipment. Is that something that's available in your app?
What did you guys say about that?
I don't know how that would make a difference. So, like,
Convenience.
just saying, convenience, I could see, yeah.
The pencil whipping's still gonna be pencil whipping if you got people doing it.
Yeah.
The only way around that is if you flip your questions and don't keep them the same all the time, change it up. You can go back and edit your form and mix it up so that they're not going, so you put a couple no's in there where there should be yeses, and that's where you're gonna find out who's pencil whipping very quickly.
You can force them to take a photograph.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you cannot.
I go around and I will do random inspections of equipment just to see if they're being accurate.
Yeah, so you're doing your time then, right?
Especially when I'm seeing a 50-year-old crane that's passing everything for 6 months straight.
No leaks.
So while QR codes, we've had QR codes before.
Yeah.
On the old app, what's the contractor management side, and you'll see them this year in the new app. But yeah, there's other ways you can do it, like force them to take a picture. Like you can in the form itself, you can make them do things that they have to do before they can submit and sign off. So we have about 10 more minutes left, apparently, to our nice timekeeper here. If there's any other questions or ideas you guys want to share?
I guess I sort of have a question about like the technology here. So say we're moving from paper to a system like this. Say we have like a department with like 30 cranes in it, and they all need to be inspected. We have like multiple iPads. Like, it's not all of our employees say have all of them or have that quick access to that. So how do you kind of implement that?
For our facility, we basically had 2 tablets or iPads assigned to each department. And the time it takes you to do an inspection should only be under 5 minutes, so you can hand it off. Each of the forms can be associated with each crane, so they can be put an asset number or a crane number, so it links it right away. So you do a drop down, okay, I'm doing crane number 6 today, and then there's your list you got to go through to do your check boxes, identify any hazards.
We did the same thing, tablets. Just a few, yeah. Yeah, sure.
They're not considered a high expense for the IT department. They're cheaper than having to put a computer and a box on the system. Yeah. So then they're more flexible, right?
Sure. Thank you.
No, you can't ask any questions.
It might be a silly question, but in the event that there's a data breach or something like that, where does the data go at the end of the day? Does it go into the cloud, or is there a way that you can send that data back to us?
So we've been storing data for over 15 years. Currently, we use Amazon Web Services, and the data is held in Canada. And Amazon is one of the biggest repositories in the world, so the redundancy system is very powerful. Yeah. Luckily, we've never, touch wood, had an issue. Yeah. Yes, but that's a pretty big deal. Question?
Have you ever had to connect your system to an organization's other system?
Well, do you want to address that one?
Well, yeah, so I learned what, it's an IPA, is that what it is?
Yes.
Yes, what an IPA is, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Okay, say it.
IPA is beer.
Sorry.
I like your version
I'm guessing what it's called. So anyways, something was created so that they could read what our HRS system would have for names. So we, as people were hired, left, all that would get updated on a regular basis, and if they changed departments or changed jobs, we could see who's going where, assign different leaders. It's fairly easy to manage on our side. A lot of that is done automatically overnight.
So we did a custom integration for them, if that makes sense. We did a hookup, so they would connect with their HR system.
And can it be validated?
Can it be what?
Is your system validatable?
What does that mean?
I have to be able to prove that it will not glitch or get hacked.
That'd be from the Amazon services. They'd be able to provide you the validation on that.
I would ask our CTO to give the proper answer to that. It's a good question. I mean, this question, questions like these get asked, well, fairly regularly. So, but I don't speak the software tech thing. That there's people in my company that do that. So I'm apologizing for being a little inept at the technology, deep speak. But if that's really important to you, we can get you that exactly the answer to that question.
It should be no issues for you, Jose.
It will be yes, but I just don't know the correct technical terminology. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you everybody for allowing us to come in and share. We have other users in the room that are being very humble and quiet, but they can let you know if they want to talk to you about that. And to our guests, Xenia, Kathy, Alex, David, thank you so much. Thanks for having us. We really appreciate it. We look forward to supporting you guys to your Made Safe certification where we can help you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Theo, Alex, Kathy, Xenia, and David. Sure, Reg, can we click one more slide down? Oh, no, I have.
So I forgot to mention, if you want to know more information, reach out. My colleague Rebecca's in the back, and Made Safe gets a 10% discount, and some other benefits. But if you would like, and there's a free trial, just contact us. Not a very good promoter.
You have people for that. It's the same thing with the IT piece. Do you want to manage the safety program or the paperwork? And then the computer people, you let them do the work that they're excited about. Works out. Okay, so we have one final presentation after our last break for the day. So it looks like we're going to come back at 2:30. Reg is making faces at me. We're going to come back at 2:30 for our final presentation on advanced manufacturing trends for safety professionals to watch for. Thank you, folks. We'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, folks. Welcome back to our last presentation of the day. I'm remembering now that I have a copy of Eileen's bio on my phone because what I would say is that she's a lovely person and very funny, and that's not all. So, before we get started, as a little introduction, I can remember having the engineering manager come to me and say, hey, so we've got our new cobot arriving next week. If you could get whatever safe work procedure done or whatever needs to happen so that we can run it, that'd be great. Next week. All right, boss. What's a cobot? Did he stutter? Was that German? So when we talked to Eileen about this, the idea was, what's coming down the pipe? If you know what a cobot is, then you can start to figure out what sort of risk assessments do I apply to it. And if you haven't had the opportunity to work with cobots or to work on cobots yet, all of this standard machine guarding stuff where we keep people separated from the heavy, sharp, strong machines that do the work, throw all that stuff out the window because a cobot is designed to work with a human being in proximity. What a challenge. So there's different controls that need to be put in place. And unless you've worked with cobots in your facility, you don't have any of that paperwork just lying around ready to go. So hopefully what Eileen will give us today is a little bit of a look into the near and maybe far distant future for what's coming down the pipe that we need to be prepared to work with. So Eileen Santos has been with CME for 3 years. If you've attended Lean training as a participant or a sponsor, you will have crossed paths with her. Before joining CME, she split her career in two, microbiology and aerospace. While she hasn't been directly involved in the safety application in either of those sectors, you can imagine the safety implications that are required in both working with tuberculosis as well as manufacturing aircraft components that will help transport people and product around the world. Eileen will pivot her focus today on technology and some of the safety considerations when adopting advanced manufacturing processes. She's going to walk us through some of the opportunities and challenges that come with bringing new technology into the workplace, especially what we should be thinking about to keep safety in front and center. So, our final presenter of the day, Eileen Santos.
Am I burning it? Sweet. Thank you for the introduction that I wrote for you this morning. I don't know much about safety. And so, you know, when Nathan and the team approached me to speak to all of you, I'm like, I don't know what to even talk about. So, I'm doing what I know, and I hope you get something out of it. But I have to be transparent. I did utilize AI to look up safety-related things as related to all of these technologies. So, Industry 4.0 is this big, holistic system of manufacturing that brings together the people and the technology. This is something that we are working towards in Canada. We're still probably at about Industry 3.0, the digitization piece, and we don't have that robust connection in Industry 4.0 just yet. Our counterparts over in the European Union are working towards Industry 5.0. So they're leaps and bounds ahead of us, but that should be our goal. We can adopt things for Industry 4.0 with the focus of 5.0. And the difference between that is 5.0 is human-centric. How can we apply technologies to make the human experience in the workplace, in their personal lives, more easy, enjoyable? Like, how can we do that? And a thing that we're going to be focusing on, particularly in Canada, you know that we had an election last night or yesterday. We need to focus on the environmental sustainability piece as well and utilizing technology for that. So we're going to go through those 9 technologies and talk about it today. So have a couple of objectives because, of course, from the lean world, what's the point of me talking in front of you unless I give you something to take away? So we're going to talk about the awareness of the impact of technology that we can have on manufacturing. We're going to familiarize ourselves with digital manufacturing technologies and processes, understand the safety implications, and consider some best practices for safe adoption. So I'm going to talk about manufacturing a little bit, talk about Canadian landscape briefly, but it's important. So when we look at Canada, this is from our Manufacturing Canada's Future report. We can see that we are close to the bottom. We're tied neck and neck with Mexico in terms of how much we choose to invest in our businesses outside of real estate. Real estate, huge, right? We invest a lot because we'll buy properties, we'll renovate, we'll sell. But on the manufacturing side, very, very low, negative even. And so this is a challenge for us because, you know, we come from a culture, Canadian culture, where we're just gonna make do with what we have, right? We will be successful with what we have. We don't have to put in a lot. But it's a little bit challenging because if we are going to be sustainable as an economy, break down the cross-provincial barriers, and, you know, be less reliant on some of our global partners, we need to think about what we're going to be investing in our companies. It's important on the environmental side and in terms of creating jobs, creating opportunities for the people who live here. Then this slide here is kind of the same thing, but we're comparing ourselves only to the US. And so we can see that up until about 2014-ish, Canada invested more than the US did. But at some point, we just dropped dramatically. I don't know what happened in 2014. But something happened where we dropped and we reduced our investment, and then the US continued to invest. So that's a bit troublesome, right? And you can see that we're tapering off. We're kind of plateauing, but on the negative side. So we have to think about that. What are we going to do to be better? And so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about smart manufacturing, Industry 4.0. There are 9 technologies. And the rings surrounding it really just shows that the 9 technologies that I'm going to be talking about are in line with MIT's definition of Industry 4.0. So we have our real-world connectivity pieces. Those are the things, so things that you would invest in, that you can feel, that you can touch, that you will draw data from. We have our platforms. So those are things that will analyze the data, make it, manipulate it a little bit to make it more accessible. And then, of course, our algorithms and simulation. So I'm going to go through each of these and hopefully not bore you, because I know that I'm the one thing that stands in between you and home time. So I'm going to try to keep it. And I'm going to hold the MaidSafe team, tell them to hold me accountable because I tend to ramble. So we're going to make sure that you all get out of here on time. Yeah, thank you. So real-world connectivity, like I mentioned, there are a few technologies that lie within here, and these probably could be the things that you would have the ability to physically safeguard from, because they're actual things. The first one is digital reality, and that is split up into 2 types. So the first one is augmented reality. How many of you have incorporated some sort of augmented reality within your workplace? Maybe? So augmented reality really is that image, a digital image that's superimposed over your real environment. So these could be things like inspection. You can overlay a digital drawing on top of a product, and using the vision systems, you can find defects type thing. It could involve SOPs, where you overlay the SOP on top of your real life environment so you know that you're doing things right the first time. Could be things like Pokemon Go, right? Any of you play that, or you want to try on some glasses. These ones I tried on virtually. They superimpose it on my face, so I decided, yeah, I'll take that risk. The other one, though, is virtual reality. So virtual reality is a bit different. This is when you're completely immersed into that digital environment, right? So some of you may have the Oculus at home, or the Vision Pro, the Apple Vision Pro. Those are virtual reality systems. And so you may see this in the workplace too. One of the companies in Winnipeg, Cartier, is anyone here from Cartier International?
No.
No. Okay, so they have virtual reality within their workplace too. They use it for training, welding, painting. You're immersed into that environment, and then you use the tools to train on welding, to train on paint. So that's really cool. So what does that mean in terms of safety? So there are some benefits to it, right? You can visualize those anomalies. You can, utilize equipment that may not be hot, right? So if, say, you're welding, you're training to be a welder, and you're just green, maybe you're even just checking your aptitude for that skill, and you don't want to touch the hot weld gun or the materials or whatever it is, right? You can create that environment where your safety risk is already mitigated. But there are risks that are related to these systems, right? So if you're wearing these glasses and it's superimposing something onto your real life environment, you can get distracted by it and get bowled over by a forklift. I'm not saying that you would, because I'm sure the forklift driver is watching where they're going, but you could walk off something, you could trip because you're being distracted, right? So there are some risks. So in order to mitigate those safety risks, though, we have to consider things like limiting our AR usage to tasks within a controlled space. So not where there's traffic, going all around us, right? Because we don't want to be distracted and hit something or whatever it is. Have it in that controlled environment. We want to consider employees' physical capabilities when selecting equipment, particularly if your device isn't handheld. If you're going to be putting it on your face, on your head, think about the strain it's going to have on that person's neck, their shoulder, the top of their head, things like that. We want to consider those things. And of course, we want to provide training so they are aware. If they feel like certain kinks in their shoulders or their neck, we have to provide training to allow them to, raise their hand and say, okay, I need to take a break from this. Or the eye strain thing, right? So we have to consider that when it comes to digital reality. The next one is additive manufacturing, also known as 3D printing. 3D printers in the workplace? A lot of you, yeah? What material do you work with? Like polymers, good?
Just PLA as well as resin,
Okay.
engineering, grade materials,
Excellent.
polycarbonate, a wide range.
Excellent. Anyone else use additive manufacturing within the workplace?
Yeah, I don't know what they use though.
Okay, no, that's fine. So what additive manufacturing is essentially we're adding the material on to create the piece, as opposed to subtractive where you get this block of metal or block of wood and you start shaving pieces off, right? So that in itself will reduce some risks. I don't know how many of you have had a small sliver of something land in your eye, even though you're wearing your PPE, somehow it still gets there. Or you're breathing in dust or swarf or things that are coming off of your material or off your product. So adding the material in itself will help with those types of things. But there are other risks to it. So there's that exposure to harmful material. So in this picture here, you can see that there's this piece that's being built out of a bed of powder. And so that powder is metal. It's metal powder. And so what it does, what this particular mode of additive manufacturing does is it brushes on a layer of powder and then with a laser adheres it according to their digital drawing, right? So at the end of it, when this thing comes up, it's going to have a bunch of powder falling off of it. So you could have exposure to those harmful materials. In certain industries, let's say aerospace, for example, these metals can only be recycled or repurposed a certain number of times before they become not flight safe. So, you have to either dispose of it or find out ways to repurpose it and things like that. So it could potentially cause safety issues with the product itself. So there's a product safety and the people safety. So to mitigate those, we have to use PPE, we have to use respirators. I have been to organizations where I step in the door and I'm like, where's my respirator? I need it. Like I'm breathing in stuff and I know it. They're like, oh no, we don't have that. I'm like, oh my God. Nathan, just kidding. So we have to make sure we use PPE. We have to ensure proper ventilation in the spaces where we're doing our additive manufacturing. So for those of us who are using polymer extrusion 3D printing, that usually isn't a big deal. Our kids or our siblings or our friends probably have them at home. But when we're using things like this, or if we're using resins where we're dipping things into a whole vat, that we need to make sure that we have that ventilation in place and control the access to the workspace when the equipment is running. Again, that's safety for the individual. If it's running, we don't want them to interrupt it in case there are fumes, but also for the product. If a print is in progress, we don't want to risk like accidentally bumping into the machine and messing it up. So those are mitigation for additive manufacturing. So Nathan had talked about cobots. Anyone know the difference between a robot and a cobot, an industrial robot and a cobot? No?
Cobots were collaborative.
Yeah. So our robot, like this is what we're used to seeing, right? We have this robotic arm, it's industrial, it's working on something, but it's usually fenced off, right? And you can't enter that fence. So, that has the built-in seat. The cobots, they're a little bit more intricate. They do the repetitive things that maybe we don't like to do, like sanding or buffing, but they're a lot lighter, but they're also more flexible, you know, but we collaborate with them. So they might not be fenced off, but there will be things like light curtains, for example, or, you know, sensors that can detect how close we are to the cobot to stop it. Or I've seen a cobot that, you know, like takes boxes and puts it on pallets and stuff. And like if you touch a box, or if the box is going to be put down and it's touching the corner of the other box, it'll stop itself. And then you need to intervene and things like that. So, you know, that, of course, you know, doing small things like that, you're not going to be decapitated or welded by a cobot, because that's not what they're used for, but there are still some risks. This slide here is just a little bit of background about the use of robotics and automation globally. And so we can see that Canada is here. Per 10,000 manufacturing employees, or even just employees of working age, we have about 176 robots in Canada, so on out. In Korea, for every 10,000, they have 932. So huge, leaps and bounds. And so there are some reasons behind it. If you know, look at documentaries or any sort of video about Korea's use of robots, they'll say first and foremost, when we were growing up, we would read books or comics about robots, and the robot is our friend who brings us drinks and snacks and, you know, is our buddy. But in the Western world, you think of the Terminator. so that in itself is one of the reasons why perhaps we don't adopt robotics as much as they do. But another thing is that they have to think about what the people want to do. The people don't necessarily want to serve you coffee, they want to drink it. They don't want to do those repetitive tasks. They want to use their brains to develop more ideas, right? Or to talk to the public and the community to see what can we do to help make your jobs easier or make your life better. So they look at technology not as something to stop them from doing the things that they want to do, but to take away the things that they don't want to do so they can focus their time on the things that they do. So I just wanted to show that, just to see that comparison between us and countries like Korea. Of course, we have Singapore and Japan, but we are at the lower end of this. But if we think about the safety implications, there is a benefit to robotics. So it does reduce the physically extensive tasks and the repetitive tasks that could lead to injury. You know, there was a case study or a case example of a company that had very high turnover in one of their cells, and it was a manual process of sanding. People didn't want to do that for very long, nor could they. They got a lot of injuries and things like that. They'd have to get some time off. So they said, you know what, we will put these people on different tasks that aren't as physically strenuous, and we'll just get a robot. The robot won't complain, right, as long as we maintain it properly. So that's the benefit of robotics. The risk, though, is still that human and robot interaction. So there are hazards, but some mitigation. Install those safety barriers and proximity sensors just so it'll stop what it's doing if you're close. We want to program the robot to pause and readjust when the sensor is tripped, and then employee training as well. Whoever is going to be working with a cobot needs to be trained on the appropriate use of it, just to keep themselves safe. And then we have the Internet of Things. So this is another real-world connectivity technology. These are all these sensors, right? So your cobots, your additive manufacturing, your 3D printers, or your AR, VR, they all have sensors inside, or things that are collecting data. Your homes have things that are collecting data all the time, right? Smart thermostats, Ring doorbells, right? A lot of you have those things built in. My washer and dryer, it measures things about my habits of laundry. But for the most part anyway, when we think about smart devices, we think about our homes. We don't necessarily think about work, even though there are likely things that are measuring, right? There are your temperature sensors, your humidity, your pressure. When I was working in the tuberculosis lab, we had to absolutely make sure that it was a negative pressure facility, so it's keeping the TB in and not blowing it out into the public. So all of those sensors that are built into our technologies, they're collecting data. So things like the connected factory, especially for those of you with a global presence, so your organization spans across the globe, like Winnipeg and others. It's important to have those sensors so you can communicate between your operations to make sure that you're aligned, especially if you are each other's supply chain. That's really important. Inventory management. How many times have, especially during the pandemic, have we had to stop manufacturing because we're missing something? Yeah, I think we have some people from Motor Coach here, right? Those chips, those darn chips. So inventory management will help if we have those sensors, right? Whether they're RFID, whether they're barcodes or weights. I've seen some cool places where they store their hardware into little bins and it has to be of a certain weight, and if it gets too light, then they know they need to replenish. So that will communicate with themselves. Production flow monitoring. Are there any bottlenecks? Are there pauses? Maybe there's quality issues, but we can see it at a glance. Facility management. So our maintenance of our equipment, if we can measure, put in some sensors in there, that's really helpful. There's a company who has equipment that ranges from the 1920s to very modern, right? And there's one piece of equipment they absolutely refuse to get rid of because it's the best one that they have ever worked with. There's usually no issues. It makes a really great print and cut, and but nobody services it anymore. So, but instead of going out and purchasing a brand new piece of equipment, they said, well, we can probably retrofit some sensors, right? A counter for how many times the blade goes up and down. A sensor underneath the base to see the pressure that's being put on the material. Things like that. And then they monitor it and they check the trends and they know, okay, we're approaching a certain limit, we need to go adjust something, we need to maintain it. Because especially since that piece of equipment, I think, is from the 1930s, and nobody services it anymore, they have to treat it like it's the most precious thing in the world. They have to maintain it. So they did the work and they put in some sensors and now they're tracking that data. Quality control, of course, any defects we want to be able to see. So this could be the AR, it could be the physical measurement, whatever it is, but we are going to measure that data. And packaging, so your logistics side. Logistics. So some benefits for that IIoT, real-time monitoring of equipment conditions, movement of materials through the plant. There are risks though. If there's connectivity failures, it could result in your disruption of your operations, operations of the proximity sensors, any environmental sensors if you have failures in connecting. For the most part, if at all possible, whatever has those sensors, would be ideal if you had them hardwired to your network. You know, Reg is nodding, it's like 5G, but, oops. But, you know, you want them to be hardwired as much as you can to prevent that disruption. So some mitigation, implement your redundant systems, right? If the network fails, what's your backup? And do some regular connectivity checks. And something that I didn't add that I mentioned, hardwire everything if you can. So any questions on that? That's the real world connectivity bit. Okay, so we're gonna talk about some platforms. So everything that I talked about so far is collecting data. And where does that data go? Sometimes it goes up in the cloud, sometimes it stays at the edge. So the difference between those is really the proximity to the data source. So you have your sensors and things like that. If you're storing your information on that machine or to a computer that's connected to the machine, that's your edge layer, right? It's very close to the data source. If you're moving it to an internal server, that could be a little bit higher above, that's probably fog. And then cloud is the cloud. You are storing it externally, and you know, it's a little bit further away. So we have to be selective on what goes into the cloud, because the cloud obviously has a price, right? There's you have to pay a little bit more. So we have to be a little bit careful about what goes out there, and for safety reasons as well. So when we think about that, there's a benefit to going to cloud. Minimize the need for those resource intensive and heat generating physical servers, because those are fire risks. Not too long ago, there was a fire in one of the organizations here in Winnipeg in their IT department, because IT, their servers generate a lot of heat, right? So you have to be careful of that, but it does also pose a risk. So there is that the risk of compromising safety critical information, especially those of you who work in industries that have sensitive information, customer information, perhaps military, whatever it is that you do. So there are some ways to mitigate that risk, right? We can encrypt, of course. We can control the access to the cloud, whether it's individuals or departments that have access to it. On the edge side, so if we have our servers, we can install or implement barriers in between. So if one bank of servers goes on fire, the rest of them are protected, so you can protect them physically. Or even on the digital side, where if we have hackers or malware installed, there's this wall that will protect other things. So only a little chunk will be impacted, right? So we're gonna mitigate that risk and have that cybersecurity training. And I'm sure all of you have gone through cybersecurity training where you go through the modules, and then a couple weeks later you get an email, you click a link and it says, oh, you failed, go do the training again, right? So we have to keep on that, because it's so easy to be complacent when it comes to the digital world. So what gets stored in the cloud or at the edge is your big data. So we have two types of data. We have structured data. So these are things that are already structured, right? Whether it's in tabular form that have headers and you can easily find the correlation between data points, or we have unstructured data. So those things are like pictures, emails, long reports. So we have those two things. We can easily convert our unstructured data to structured data using AI, but I'll talk about that in a little bit. But for the most part, we're using this data regardless of whether it's structured or not to make decisions. And so there are 4 types of data analytics that we have to consider. The first one is descriptive. So here's a bunch of data. It's highlighting what happened, right? Maybe there was a quality defect in one of your products. That's what happened. Once we look a little bit deeper into that data, we're going to go into diagnostic and figure out why did it happen. So there was a quality issue. That's the what. We're going to diagnose why did it happen. Now we're going to implement some corrective actions. And we're going to go to the next step of data analysis, where we're going to predict what will happen. So if we don't do anything about this, what will happen down the line? Or if I implement this correction, what will happen down the line? So that's our predictive analysis. And then prescriptive. So that is what action must be taken to ensure desired results. So anyone here from quality? It's all safety people? That's okay. Okay, so we know in our quality world, or you can speak to your quality people and they can vouch for this, but if anything goes wrong, there are 2 things that need to happen. You need to have an immediate corrective action that will correct whatever the condition is immediately, but then you have to have a preventive corrective action that will prevent the thing from happening again, right? So this is where the data analysis is important, because we want to make sure that we're predicting things, right? And then looking to how do we prevent, that will be our prescriptive. So you in the safety space will probably look at all of these, right? There was a near miss, or maybe there was a lost time incident. Why did it happen? You're going to do your investigation. You're going to analyze the data. You'll probably even look, I don't know how many months back you look, 6 months, just to look at the trends, right? And then you can do your predictive, data analysis, and then your prescriptive, just to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Because, we're all humans here, we will get hurt, and we don't want to get hurt, nor do we want our people to get hurt. So the benefit of data analysis, on the safety side, it allows for proactive decision-making and risk mitigation. So your safety committee can probably meet once a month, look at all the things, the near misses or the incidents that happen. Okay, let's talk about it, let's analyze, right? Which are the ones that we want to focus on first? If you have, 5 incidents that happened over the last month, that's probably high, but 5 incidents, and maybe 80% of those, 4 out of the 5 were pinch points. What are we going to do about it, right? So that's a good way of looking at it on the safety side. There is a risk, though, that we can misinterpret the data, which would affect the safety protocol decisions. So by no means can we just plop this into AI and say, okay, tell us what to do. We have to use people like yourselves to make those decisions, because you'll be able to poke holes into it. And so some mitigation. Validate the data, ensure accuracy, go back to your regulations, make sure that everything is driving. Have a single source of data. So the nice thing about the IIoT and having it up in the cloud or at the edge is that ideally you would have that single source that everyone is pulling from. So the operations side, the production side, they'll look at things, safety, finance, they'll all look at the same stuff. And cross-reference your safety requirements. So store it up in the cloud or the edge, you analyze it, and sometimes you use AI to analyze it. So AI is a fun thing. We already see it within industry. It's not new by any means. It's just, I guess the understanding and the advanced application of it is, fairly new to some organizations. So there are 4 things. Reactive AI. So reactive AI only reacts to your input. So Red River, for example, they have that nice chess robot that plays chess with you. That is reactive AI. It will only react to your move. It doesn't know who you are. It doesn't know it can't read your face, say, I know what you're going to do next, right? So if you have a tell, it doesn't matter. Limited memory is the second one. So it has a little bit of a memory. So it can analyze the trends or your movements. The self-driving cars, for example, that's a good example of limited memory. Even your GPS, for the most part, it's like edging into limited memory, because it could react based on input, but also based on trends and things like that. Theory of mind is a little elusive. We're not quite there yet. Yeah, we're not quite there. I'll say we're not quite there. Because theory of mind is where you have AI or a robot or something, and it can look at you, and it knows what you're feeling, it knows what you're thinking, it knows what your next move is. And you can say, well, we do see that, coming out of Japan or China or things like that, right? But it's still to some extent reactive or limited memory. You still have to program it. So even our chat GPTs, they're not theory of mind. They're still that limited memory, because you still have to program it through your prompts, through the way you speak, through the things that you're going to input into it. So we're not quite there at theory of mind, and we are by no means close to self-aware. So this is where we have sentient AI beings, right, that understand who they are and question their purpose in life. And so, I like to use the example of the housefly. So we have this living thing, it's a housefly, and it's rubbing its head, right? It's cleaning itself, it's rubbing its hands or legs, and it's rubbing its head, and it's doing a good job, and then it pulls its head off, but it still continues to rub it. It has no idea that it just pulled its head off, and that it's gonna die in a couple minutes. It doesn't even have that awareness of itself. But then we expect these digital beings to have awareness of themselves, right? We're not anywhere close to that. But it is important to realize where this is, right? So if you're utilizing AI to analyze your data, It could be reactive because you're plugging in all of your data points, all the incidents, all the near misses, things like that. Perhaps you can use limited memory to measure those trends. Oh yeah, that thing happened in springtime every year for the past 5 years. Let's look at the environmental implication and things like that. So it's good to understand what those 4 phases of AI is. And so there is a benefit. It simplifies and streamlines our repetitive and time-consuming tasks, right? You know, sometimes you don't want to write a bio about yourself. And so you just plug it into AI and then it does a good job for you. Sometimes you don't want to read your director's 5-page essay on, you know, a meeting that happened 2 weeks ago. So you just copy and paste it into AI and they'll summarize. Whatever it is, so it's good. It simplifies those tasks that you don't necessarily want to do, but there are risks behind it. Just like the human brain, it has the ability to hallucinate and plug in information where there's gaps. So you have to be able to challenge it, right? There's bias. So depending on the data sources that it's pulling from, it could look at social bias, it could look at bias of the quality department, let's say, versus production. There could be that risk of the lack of transparency in 2 ways. AI being transparent about where it's getting the information that it's giving you, so its sources, but also transparency of the people who are utilizing AI, right? At the beginning, I'm pretty sure there was a little asterisk that said, you know, supported with AI generated content, because like I said, I don't know anything about safety, so all these slides, they're all AI. And there's security risks too, right? You're plugging in, depending on where you're putting it in. If you're putting your information in ChatGPT, that's open source, right? Anyone can pull that information if they wish to. If you're utilizing, you know, Office 365 and using Copilot within your workplace's account, that is generally safe. It stays within there, it doesn't go anywhere else. So you have to think about those risks. Mitigation, learn about prompt engineering, about how to get exactly what you need from AI. I remember having to do like just research stuff. And personally, if I have to research a lot of stuff, I don't Google anymore. I just go straight to AI because it's just easier. But then I'll say things like, provide me your sources and your train of thought. How did you get to this conclusion? And then I'll read through it and be like, rephrase your response, but leave out any social media and, you know, those types of that information. So, and then of course, create an AI safety policy. That's important too. Okay, another one, universal integration. So we see this, there's the horizontal value chain, which includes your suppliers, your co-op partners, anyone from BMaid, they have a co-op, right? And then anything that happens within your company itself, and then your customers. And then there's also the vertical aspect. So your vertical, all of these things, that's all in here in the middle of the horizontal. So the universal integration is that combination of both. And so we usually utilize ERP to frame that universal integration, which captures everything on the vertical side. So we need to be able to have that single source of data that talks to purchasing, planning, manufacturing, HR, all those things, right? So then that way we can streamline our operations a little bit more. There's no second guessing. And then if we have to use things like AI, then it's all in one place. So the benefit, the alignment of planning and production to sustain equipment maintenance, employee training and continuous improvement. It's all in one place, so that's nice. The risk, interconnectivity failures causing cascading issues, whether there is a failure in your IIoT, so the Industrial Internet of Things, or cloud computing, and to mitigate, we need to build those fail-safes again, and regular monitoring and auditing of our system, making sure that it's collecting the right data, and it's, you know, your reports or whatever it is still accurate. The next one is cybersecurity. So we all know about that. I'm sure as safety people, you talk about this with IT as well. It's important for us, the first thing to do is get cybersecurity insurance, because you don't know what's going to happen, but at least we're going to protect ourselves in that way. But for cybersecurity, we want to protect ourselves from tampering of our digital systems, which could lead to those failures in the system and the connectivity. There's that risk, though, that there could be security breaches, which could impact all those devices, right? So if you have a hacker that installs malware, it shuts down your environmental sensors, and then things get too hot or too cold or something, and then it compromises the employees and the product. But we mitigate. Insurance, we want to compartmentalize our edge or cloud storage, so if there is malware, it will only impact a small bit that we can hopefully recover. Have robust cybersecurity measures that checks itself regularly, and train our people. And then the last thing is algorithms and simulation. So simulation is great. It's your ability to put in a set of criteria that you want to try, but you don't want to move all the equipment, or you don't want to damage materials or machines and things like that. So we have this digital framework where we can do that stuff using our digital twins. Digital twins essentially is the digital version of the physical thing. So if you have a product, you'll have your CAD drawing, you can create a digital twin. If it has sensors integrated into it, let's say we have an airplane that has a digital twin and it has sensors, it can tell the people on the ground, say, oh, that plane needs to land, and pause at wherever it is that they're landing because we need to do a full inspection, things like that, right? So that will improve the safety. Singapore has its own digital twin, like the whole country has its own digital twin, where they originally used it to predict damage caused by flash flooding, but then they use it for different things now, right? How does this impact my, the traffic, right? How does it impact if we were to host the Olympics? Like, where are all these people gonna go, things like that. So the benefit of simulations is we can simulate production change or equipment move to prevent or predict any safety risks, right? If we have, our foundation is mapped out correctly. The risk is inaccurate digital model. If we have low consideration of physical hazards, right? So employee movement, equipment placement, if there are divots in the ground, things like that. But we can mitigate by cross-validation between the simulation and real-world data, just to make sure every once in a while we just double-check, make sure everything is good. So best practices, training and awareness, make sure that we have our people trained up on the technology that we're bringing in, or even the technology that we're considering, so they can think about, okay, if I was to use this, how will this impact me? Because for the most part, when people think about the impact to themselves, they think about their physical safety. They could also think about their mental safety and health and things like that. We want to collaborate with safety professionals. Let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's talk to, this great network of people. Hey, I'm thinking of implementing or getting a cobot for this function. Have you done that before? What were some of your challenges? What can I learn from you? And then, of course, continuous improvement and adapting. So some future trends, AI and machine learning can reduce the impacts to routine maintenance and unpredicted downtime. We can use digital twins and simulations to break down our barriers, such as distance or accessibility. We want to remember about that sustainability piece and green manufacturing. Not only are we looking at creating a safe environment to work in, but a safe environment to live in. Technology is a good way of doing that. And like I mentioned, Industry 5.0, the human-centric piece. How do we utilize technology to make our lives better? So digital manufacturing is promising to solve future challenges in manufacturing to achieve globally competitive productivity metrics. So we talked about how Canada's lagging a little bit, but that's okay. There's nowhere to go but up from here. Proper consideration will increase safety of our employees when adopting technology into your operations. And of course, we cannot compromise human safety for the sake of rapid technology integration. Even if the government says, we will give you $10 million to integrate a whole bunch of technology and be globally competitive. We will not do that jeopardizing our people's health and safety, because that is important. Without them, we have nothing. And that's me coming off my soapbox.
Do they have any questions for Eileen? No, okay, then for the second time today, we have had an extremely professional presenter drop it right in the pocket time-wise.
I'm thanking Raj for that.
With the support staff.
Makes a dream work.
So with that, just a couple of quick final thoughts for the day, because we are absolutely going to get you folks rolling very shortly. Guaranteed that the larger your company, the more likely it is that you have someone like Eileen working there. If you can speak their language, you can get them to do your job. Kaizen, value stream mapping. A value stream map is a really long and complicated job hazard analysis. When they write standardized work, if you can get them to throw a couple things in about safety and maybe eliminate some of the risks that they identify safety-wise during that value stream mapping process, you've gotten Eileen to do your JHA and your safe work procedure. Let them call it an SOP. We know that it's safe operating procedure, it's fine. Working with the continuous improvement folks, getting on board with the engineering folks, with the quality management folks, and building safety as part of how you do business as just a regular matter of course is going to strengthen your program, as well as get, instead of one set of eyes, 3 sets of eyes. You've got 100 people that make safety part of their regular day-to-day, and it's just going to go a little bit farther for you. Now, Eileen, if somebody wanted one of the facilitators to come out, how do we get access to the CME knowledge of advanced manufacturing and connecting these things? I'm standing beside her so that the mic picks her up now as well.
Yeah, now he has to go to my level. Yeah, so if you want any help with advanced manufacturing, or even looking at your processes to see how efficient you are, because we know that if we were to implement automation before we get rid of those wastes, we're just going to amplify that inefficiency. So if you need someone to go through your processes, streamline it, and then move towards advanced manufacturing, you can absolutely call anyone at CME. You all know Tammy, I'm sure. But you can call me, email me, anyone on the lean and productivity team, absolutely. You can even ask me, say, hey, do you remember that short Filipino lady who was talking to us? Can you get me her email?
Yes, that will absolutely work 100%.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you, Eileen. Yeah, that was awesome. That was exactly what I was hoping it was going to be. Well, okay, so folks, I regret to inform you that we have finished slightly early. And while you don't have to go home, you also don't have to leave here. We're here till 4 o'clock. Feel free to hang out, finish off the coffee. Eileen's got some 5S'ing going on at her desk, which is exciting. But otherwise, folks online joining us, thank you so much for your time, your attention.